the know, just come watch your show. To know what to do, just jump in the queue. It's tailored to you. So what you gonna do? All in the queue, it's tailored to you. All in the queue, just check out the view. All in the queue.
Oh, y'all, excuse me, because you know how much I hate to interrupt your scroll. So let me hurry up and get through this, because you can go back to do what you got to do, and I can go back to doing what I got to do. And I made an illustration just to make it easier for everybody. All right? This is me, and this is you. Okay? And this could be a family, friend, co-worker, alone in the world with a little cat dog. I don't care who it is, to whom it may concern. However, when we get together, it is now us. You know what always gets me is when we first start out, it's always cool, calm, and collected. I like it that way. But somewhere along the lines, you realize, this is you once again, realizing that you like to play games. Okay? You have become so fascinated with playing games that now all of a sudden you think that you could play with me. Here's you thinking that you can play with me. That's crazy. It's honestly crazy, but obviously you like to live on the edge. Okay? Now, you realize that you found a new love for these games, that you want to incorporate them in your everyday lifestyle. You are dedicated to the process. You are even willing to bet it all. Now, here's this person who knows what I know, and they know that you are in a great deal of trouble, okay? What a dummy is what you call it, because to bet all of that and to only be left with my ass to kiss is diabolical. It's honestly insane if you ask me. All right now. All right, because the thing is this. Let me break it down for anybody who may be a little confused in translation. Here you are with the right idea, but the wrong bitch. Okay? It's very simple. It's extremely simple. Okay? Right idea, once again, wrong bitch. Yeah. So now that I have gotten wind of what you think is about to take place, I am pointing you in the direction of where maybe someone would like to play games, okay? Which is all the way over there, okay? Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No. Okay, I want you to go further, and further, and further away. You're so excited to continue on with these games that you're like, how much further do I have to go? You are so busy making your way downtown, walking fast, okay? You want to get there, you're excited. And even through all of this, even through it all, I'm still being a good Samaritan, a team player, if you will. I grab my magnifying glass because I am determined to help you find you something safe to do. All right, y'all. Well, look, share with those who need to know. Have a good one.
Hey, good evening. Hello, 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 hello. How is everyone this evening? Let me see who is in the building. D Avenger, it's your birthday? We're going to get to that in a minute, D Avenger. Okay. Dave Bryson, hello. How are you from New Zealand? Amy, hey, you made it early. Justin Thompson, what's up with you? Thank you for being in the building and modding for me. I am grateful to you. The water bill credit. Hey, how you doing? Let's see. Babe Solo. Hey, how you doing? Foxy Roxy, what's going on? K-Mac. K-Mac, you was able to stay up? Come on, K-Mac. I know you tired from working today. Hey, Miss Prima Donna, how you doing? Hello to your husband as well. How are you doing, sir? Jim C, what's going on? What it do? Let's see. Charlie girl Montgomery. Hey, how you doing? Let me see. Make sure I get everybody. Linda Kuntz. Hey, Sherry Allen. Hey, how you doing? Wanda Smith. How you doing? Tidra Owens. Hello to you, new subscriber. I hope you're enjoying yourself here. I hope everyone has been welcoming to you. Tracy K, what's going on? Light Within, how are you? Tracy K, did I get to highlight your name? Yeah, there you go. Butterfly Girl, hey. Tiffany Gibson, how are you doing? Unbroken Angel, hey, how you doing? Natalie, what's going on? Aluna Calloway Long. Good evening from Flint. Hello to all of my Flint people. Look at y'all tuning in. I feel special. Okay. How you doing? Judge Petty. I didn't mean to skip you. Hey, how you doing? Let me see. You a new subscriber, Butterfly Girl? Well, thank you so much for being a new subscriber. That's for all my new subscribers. Thank you for subscribing, liking, and sharing this video. All right, I think I got to everybody. The Avenger, where are you? I need you to come to the head of the class. We got loads of things to get into tonight, though. Let's see. Reality Check TV. Reality Check TV. Good evening to you, sir. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for joining us this evening. How are you? I hope you're well. Tony Joy, Laura Reck. Hey, Eccentric Life. Larry Matthews from Arkansas. Doug Day, how you doing? I'm doing good, Doug Day. Annie Gant, hey. Miss you already. Hey, boo. Consuela Phillips. Let me see. Let's see what Consuela is saying. Hey, SP, I'm new to your channel all the way from Columbus, Georgia. I'm a new subscriber. Come on, Columbus, Georgia. I have a good friend in Columbus, Georgia. It's some good people out there. Big Ob, what's up? Tiffany Gibson. Hey. Yes, Tiffany Gibson. I remember you and Miss Penny, right? You and Miss Penny. I love it. You two, beautiful women. Oh my God, you guys were so cute. Love it. Working on a light sage green watercolor paint tonight. Come on, Tracy. Okay. I'm trying to get into painting too. Okay. I'm trying. I'm going to try to. I need something to relax me. I can do I have a whole bunch of skills, but painting, I want to start getting into that, develop those skills. Let's see. Empress. Hey, how are you? You've been waiting to catch the live? Okay, well, here you are, child. You ain't missed nothing. You know, just me. That's it. That is it. Let me see. Oh, now we got a new member. Come on, babe Solo. Thank you. Lovely Ruth, how are you? Larry Matthews, you a new subscriber? I love this. All of the new subscribers are in here tonight. How are you? Okay. Everybody, welcome the new subscriber. Y'all welcome Babe Solo to the members family. Okay. Y'all, make people feel welcome. Say hello. Be nice. You know what we do over here. I love that. Yes, Tracy K. Lots of new faces tonight. I'm so excited. And I'm glad that you're with us today. Today, I told y'all I would be back with my review of the WVON interview, which I have dubbed the Little Stank Henyard Gate, because it was interesting to see the first interview in juxtaposition to the interview that came on today. Sharon Yasser L. Child, thank you so much for the super chat of $9.99. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. Laura Reck, you a new subscriber? Oh, welcome. All of the new people. Oh my God. Hey, Golfer, how you doing? Golfer, I hope you've been doing well. I've been so busy. I'm going to connect with just my mods one day. I need to connect with you guys. Tracy Farrington from Miami, Florida. Let me tell you something, Tracy Farrington. Thank you for that beautiful message that you left on my last video. Matter of fact, I want to read it because, boy, it brought me to tears. I was in the car with my brother, and I was brought to tears by this message. So I'm going to read it for you guys. Let me see where it is. Here it is. Okay, let's see. Bob BKG. Hey. Hey, Karen Johnson. All right. So I'm going to let me put Tracy Farrington back up here from Florida. I am going to read Tracy Farrington's message that she left on one of my videos, and it brought me to tears. I picked my brother is here visiting, which I'm so grateful for. Um, and I got it while I was in the car with him. I picked him up from the airport, and it brought me to tears. I want to read it to you guys. She says, this is Tracy Farrington. She says, Lil Stank going to be kicking and screaming all the way to jail. On a lighter note, I would like to say it's an honor to see a beautiful, Black, intelligent woman. You are doing your thing in a professional, awesome way. A lot of these podcasters need to take a note out of your book. Nobody can do it better than you. Hello from Miami, Florida. God bless you. Listen, when you all leave messages, first of all, I read every last one of them. I respond to every last one of them, and I am appreciative of everything. One thing that the super producer is learning is how to receive compliments. Okay. It's one thing I'm learning. But I am so um, proud to be able to bring you guys something that I'm proud of. And I strive for excellence because the Bible says that we press towards the mark of the high calling that's in Christ Jesus, right? And so I want to do everything in excellence. I want to do everything in excellence. So I want to provide you all that in excellence because I feel like you guys deserve that. Okay. And wow, that comment just really uplifted my spirit. And so Tracy Farrington, thank you for that. Okay. Thank you so much. Hey, James Jones, how you doing? Okay. You make everyone feel special. You have a gift. Okay. Listen, all good and perfect gifts come from above. Okay. So I do the will of my Father. That's what I do. At least I try to. I don't always make it. I fall short sometimes, but I try. Okay. Oh, Lord, Lord. Okay. Thank you. She's absolutely right. You do a wonderful job, and we appreciate your thought. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. Listen, super producer has someone that works with her. I don't know if they want me to say who they are, but I have one other person besides, well, really two, three, I would say three people that works with me sometimes to help me put things together and get information and all of those things. Okay. And so I want to thank all of those people behind the scenes that work with the super producer and help me obtain information, videos, and all of the information that I need to put together these videos for you. Okay. Thank you. Winky Wonder, hey, yeah, I try. Dub Science, how are you doing, sir? I hope that you are taking breaks and taking care of your mental health. And if you have not subscribed to Dub Science's page, please go over to Dub Science Photography and Film. Go over to Reality Check TV and like, share, subscribe. I love all men, but I love Black men. And these are two Black men who do what they do in excellence. Okay. So go over there and like, share, and subscribe. Hey, Karan, how are you? Okay. Let's see. Oh, wow, Bob, you're going to bring in your 68th birthday? Listen, I'm going to do something special for the Avenger. So you just take it for you too. Okay. All right. Light within, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating the people that work with me. I hope to be able to give back to them shortly for helping me, because I believe that you should give honor where honor is due. And Dub Science, I know you lying. Dub Science, I'm gonna call you because now I'm mad. I'm gonna call you later. That's correct. I've been following you now for a while. Now you are awesome. Thank you, Consuela Phillips. Hey, Kenneth Dawkins, how you doing? It's Bob's birthday. Bob, I think it's BK. Yep, BKG and D Avengers birthday as well. So if you guys can get in the comments, hey D Roy, how you doing? If you all can get in the comments and give them birthday shout outs and say happy birthday to them. We are today we are going to be going over my review of the WVON interview with Lil Stank. And again, the views and opinions expressed on this platform are that of the super producer. Okay. You don't have to agree with the super producer. You don't even have to like the super producer. So, hey, Couture Davis. But these are my opinions. These are things the way that I see them when I'm looking, at it. So, that's the caveat that I want to give to you. But okay, let's get to some business first. So it's birthdays. It was heartfelt for what you did for the bump. Thanks for your compassion. Sherry Allen. Not too many people over here know what I did over there on the 810 News Media Group. But Sherry Allen, like I said, we all need to get back to being good humans. Okay, we need to get back to being good humans. I'm not going to agree with your nonsense, but I am going to be by your side and help you walk through some things if that's what you need. Okay, so that's what I did over there, and I love those people. The 810 News Media Group. We are not just people that you see on the screen. They are my real friends. They call me almost every other day and check on me and see how I'm doing. And they keep in contact with me. So it was the least that I could do for my friends over there. And it's what I would do for anyone else that would ask me that were friends with me, that in my circle. And so they are in my circle, and I'm very glad that they are. Okay, so now let's get to this business. Hold on. Let's get to this business. Okay, get to this business. Foxy Roxy, thank you so much for the super chat. Yes, and shout out definitely to the 810 News Media Group. Hello, Jacqueline Johnson. Okay, let me get this out of the way. I'm going to get this out of the way for Winky Wonder, but I'm going to get this out of the way for my birthday people as well. Hey, Salty Chef. I haven't seen you in a while, Salty Chef. My God, it's been a while, but I'm glad you're okay. Hey. Reality Check TV. Thank you so much. Let me see what you are saying. Anointed lady leading in natural truth, honorable queen, utilizing empathy. And I am. And Reality Check TV, it was great having conversation with you. And I will see you on Monday, I'm sure. Okay? Bob. Yeah, Weekend Wonder. I'm about to do it. For real, Salty Chef? Okay. Hey, Nancy Adam, you've been in Thailand? I'm so jealous. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm about to. So I don't know where D Avenger is. I told him to come to the front of the class, but I'm sure that he's somewhere enjoying his birthday. So that when he does this replay, and hello to all the replay viewers, to all of the people that are going to view this video after I'm not live anymore. Thank you for taking your time to view this video in your leisure time. Thank you, Winky Wonder, for the super chat. I appreciate you so much. Missy, you already. Hey, Missy, you already. How you doing? Do the thing, love. Okay. Now, listen. Super producer is not a singer or anything like that, But, I try. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do right here. And I'm just gonna do a little piece, just a little piece. Hey, Black Pearl. All right. Y'all ready? This for the birthday people. Y'all let me know if y'all ready in the chat. Because I'm feeling nervous. Y'all ready? I'm gonna try to hold on, let me get some more water. This is so nerve-wracking today because there's so many new people in the chat. Hey, nope, not even. Okay. All right. I'm ready. All right. This is for The Avenger and Bob BKG. Happy birthday. Okay. You don't know, babe, when you hold me and kiss me slowly, it's the sweetest thing. And it don't change if I had it my way. You know you. This is so. Somebody is in my room. Hold on, I'm gonna start again. Because somebody is in my room laughing. It's my kids. They in here listening. You don't know, babe, when you hold me and kiss me slowly, it's the sweetest thing. And it don't change if I had it my way. You know that you're my coffee that I need in the morning. You're my sunshine when it's rain, when it's pouring. Won't you give yourself to me? Give it all. I just want to see how beautiful you are. I know you're a star. Where you go, I'll follow, no matter how far. Happy birthday to all the birthday people. There you go. If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you say? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? All right. Let's get to the business. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm not a singer, but thank you very much. Now, I can sing when I practice and when I have my music and when I do karaoke. Let me tell you something. I tears that house down. Okay. All right. Just let y'all know. I do practice. I do sing for a living sometimes. But, all right. Let's go. Now, let's get into the business at hand. Tonight, we're going to be talking about my review of the Wvon. Thank you, D-Roy. Thank you, everybody. I don't profess to be a professional singer, but, I do what I can with what I have. Okay. I'll be ready for mine on 226. That's beautiful. Did you go to the shift in Dalton? If you so you should have performed. Man, no, I didn't. But listen, I'm going to take you guys to karaoke with me one time so you can see how I really get down, because I gets down. Okay. All right. Babe Solo, we need to send our request in. And you do. You can send your request in to stoodupforthet@gmail.com. And when your birthday comes, listen, I will bring the house down for you. Okay? I will be singing again at the end because Winky Wonder has asked me to start singing to close the show. So I will sing again. Okay? All right. Black Pearl, in July, I'm requesting Boots on the Ground. Okay. All right. Send me the song in an email. If there's a YouTube version of it, So then I can start practicing and I'm going to have it together for you. Okay. I promise. Have it together for you. Okay. Let's go. I'm going to start. Now, I have my own video. This is the way that we're going to do this because, super producer puts these things together for you guys so that we can break it down and we can understand it, right? Super producer investigates. That's what we do right over here. Okay, good. So first, what's going to happen is I want to play a video first of an interview of Evelyn Holmes and Melody Span Cooper, who is the owner of WVON. After that, then we'll get into and I want you to pay attention to this interview with her and Evelyn Holmes. Okay. And then after that, we're going to get into the interview with Lil Stank and Clea Snatcher. And I have put it together so that I'm going to stop it and at certain points, and then I'm going to play the behind the scenes. Okay? Behind the scenes commentary. Because as we know, Lil Stank was live on her Facebook. So what I have done is I have taken her behind the scenes times and matched them up with the interview so that you can know what's going on while the commercial is breaking. And then we're going to fast forward through the commercial break on the other video. We're going to mix in with that our evidence, okay? That's what we're going to mix in with that, okay? All right, let's get started. Let's go.
Powerful is brought to you by the Black McDonald's Operators Association.
Her legacy is deeply rooted in Chicago, the leading force behind the city's Black talk radio station. She's been in the business for decades. A top media executive, author, and mentor, dedicated to uplifting and educating her community. Our guest, Melody Span Cooper, Black and powerful. Melody Span Cooper.
Yes, Evelyn Holmes.
It's been a while.
It has been a while.
Yes. So we're here. It's a great opportunity to talk with you.
Yeah.
Because I think that you are one of the most influential, knowledgeable. You are giving, loving, nurturing, and I love the way you do it because you do it kind of on the QT, right? A lot of folks don't know all of what you do, but you do a lot.
Yes.
But I think folks most associate you with WVON Radio.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I guess my first thing or my first question or what I would want to know is WVON your daddy's radio, or did you elevate it to something different? I mean, it's changed a lot.
Yeah, it has. It's evolved. It really has. You know, when you have a property that's been around nearly 60 years, right? 60 years. And so I'm challenged always with making something that old new again. I'm up for the challenge, but more so than it being representative of where it started as the voice of the Negro. Mm-hmm. It evolves as Chicago evolves, as Chicago's Black community evolves. My dad always said that if you ever steer off course, get back to your core. And the core has always been WVON, the voice of the Negro. Mm-hmm. And while we've evolved from Negro to Black to African American to Black again, it's always been this voice for Black Chicago, vibrant Black Chicago. And so it tells its own story. WVON is the essential storyteller of Black culture in this rich city. That's what it is.
And been essential because when mainstream media, so to speak, wasn't covering certain topics, WVON was. And I guess I would be concerned really now, just in light of media. How have you been able to navigate and survive being a black radio, black talk? How do you connect with this new listener? How do you talk about the different topics that come up that I guess maybe they're not different, maybe they're just cyclical?
Yeah, and you're right, because I think the more things change, the more they kind of stay the same. So when you think about, the focus around social justice now because of George Floyd, many people look at this like, wow, like this is a new awakening. We've been in this space all the time. This is not a moment for us. This is a movement, right?
Yeah.
And it's a movement that's been going on since, we've been here, right? And when you see, not just in Chicago, I think our impact and the voice that we allow people to have very freely goes beyond just Chicago. It is the station that people look to all across the country, right? For opinion on Black. It's that authentic voice that this station offers. And not many cities are fortunate to have a talk radio station that is specifically geared toward the Black community. But it speaks to, like I said, how vibrant this city is and deeply rooted it is in Black culture. And while, we've suffered a black eye of late, there's a lot of things going on, and we both grew up here, that you might not approve of, but overall, it's still a big, kind, loving, robust community. And that's the story that we want to continue to tell.
How have you been able to survive being a black talk radio station? You see the consolidation, you see the big boys coming in, buying up everything, changing kind of the landscape and really the voice of some of this authentic African-American, Black, Negro, whatever you want to call it. How have you been able to navigate
Well, see,
that?
that's why ownership is important. Because, I'm true to it. And so I'm going to tell a different story that never gets old. I'm going to find a way. But I'm going to be honest, too. In Chicago, I'm here because we're in Chicago. Chicago's a great town. It embraces its institutions, its legacy companies, right? And it's just been so good. It's valued our what we've contributed in such a great way. And if it wasn't for the corporate community, really in Chicago, I wouldn't be here. They know the value of the station and they respect it because they understand that this company, Midway Broadcasting, is about more than radio. We're not selling radio.
I'm going to pause it right here because I want you guys to take note of what she said. She wouldn't be there if it wasn't for corporate Chicago. We started to think about who is propping Lil Stank up. She said she wouldn't be there without corporate Chicago. And I know that, other people are alive. So if you leave this live and you go over there, I'm not upset. It's fine.
And people have a need to reach our community. Companies find value in this community. And because they do, they make investment. They make an investment that will allow us to employ 43 people and to talk to not just the Wvon listeners, right? We've got a Latino station now, WRLL, where we're attempting to build kind of that same platform as they thrive and grow in this city. So they'll have a voice to talk about, things that are important to them. And then, recently we got an OTT digital platform. And so I don't want to be a person who, I love Wvon as a flagship and it's been important, but, in order for us to grow, we have to grow. This company has to grow. It has to be beyond that where my father worked and then went on to own it. It's just got to prosper. And I'm excited about delivering that.
Was this always something that you decided you were going to do? Is this what your father expected you to do? Did you fight it? Did you say, you know what, I'm going to go somewhere and be a fashion designer or an auto mechanic or something other than this? I don't want, because a lot of times when the parents achieve something, they want the kids to come in and take it over. And the kids are like, I'm not trying to do that.
Absolutely,
was that you?
They do. It was me. You have my job and my paycheck, Evelyn. I want that. wanted to be in
We
journalism.
can switch if you'd like. But you're smarter than me, so this place would be in big trouble.
No, not at all.
I've managed to fool them for
Not
20-some
at
years,
all.
but I don't know.
Not at all.
Yeah.
But I wanted to be a journalist. I wanted to go into journalism. And that's where you and I met. You remember many moons ago.
Yes.
My dad, though, he was determined. And it's surprising that it's 4 of us. I have 4 brothers. I have 3 other brothers and sisters. I was the only one who, really took to the entrepreneurship that my dad established for us. I tell families this all the time because it is normal for when somebody is large and loomed as large as my dad did for them to want their children to carry on. All children are not meant to do this. Right. I mean, it's a blessing, but it's also at times a burden, right? Yeah. And so I respect my brothers and sisters for maybe not wanting to get into it, but I don't regret it for one day. I absolutely have the best life. I mean, to be as engaged as I am in this city, right? Yeah. And not just in communications or media, but civically. Yes. And it's all related back to this, right?
Did you hear her say that she was engaged civically in the community, in Chicago community, in the community? However, there was no research done about Little Stank before this interview, or maybe there was.
And so I feel honored to do that. But my best advice for people who have children and they have, big businesses or business, let your young people decide. And what will happen is typically they'll come back around to it, right? Mm-hmm. But I know so many families, and between those generations, Evelyn, there's a lot of tit for tat. Yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, it's a difficult dance.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It is.
My dad and I had many blow-ups around it, right?
I bet.
Yeah.
And he was very colorful for folks that don't know. He was, he had
goodness.
quite the huge personality.
Yes, he did.
I mean, he loomed large. I mean, he literally walked in a room and people were like, oh,
Yes, he
it's
did.
the same thing. You do the same thing.
Oh,
people,
wow.
It's true.
That's nice of you to say that.
But it's true. It's true. It's true. I've known you, listen, I don't want to say a lot of years because that means we're old.
Yeah, well, I'm going to let you have that part.
Okay, so the old part, it's my turn, it's my week.
It's your week,
my week
right.
for the old. Okay, got
absolutely.
That. Was there some, beyond the numerous experiences that you've had, is there one thing that you think defined you as a person of color that drove you and continues to drive you to that goal?
Yeah. I don't know if it's one thing. I think it's evolving. When Michelle Obama named her book Becoming, and people are like, Becoming, I get it now. Mm-hmm. Because it's not one thing, it's a culmination of things, and then you get to this point, Evelyn, when you say, aha.
Now, she said becoming, right? What is she becoming? What is she becoming? What is becoming of this historical radio station? Becoming. If she's becoming, what is she becoming?
I get it. I get what all of that was about and why it happened just that way. Yeah. And when you arrive at that space, you don't stop evolving. You're just so more confident in it. You know who you are. You are fully represented. And I think that's a powerful space to be in. It's the reason we always talk about, God gives you youth and then wisdom, right? Yeah. And my girlfriends and I often say, would you rather be 28 or would you rather be, 58, right? Mm-hmm. I haven't gotten there yet, but I'm
You're like, hey, let me in.
But I know now I'd rather be who I am right now in the fullness of my wisdom and understanding, because it's where I show up best, right? There's so much value in reaching that part of your career. and showing up fully. Because I show up fully, I can enhance every space that I'm in confidently because I've seen enough. I know enough. I'm confident enough. It doesn't mean I don't make mistakes, but I even own them better, you know? So there is great value.
Now I have a question. She said she make mistakes. She said she even owns her mistakes better. Well, I seen the response that she had to the emails that were sent. I think the first mistake was the interview. Um, but if you own the mistake, what happened in the response?
In getting older with wisdom and learning, you know. So I embrace it. I really do. I'm. This is a great time in my life, and what we're doing at this company. You know, when you see the diversity and inclusion of it, that has helped me grow as well. You know, and to explore.
Let me say this. Lil Stank is very I don't know if she's very smart or if she's very um strategic about who she places herself around. Um but there are some very um powerful people that she places herself around as far as business wise, intellectual wise, um, influence wise. Miss Span Cooper is a very intellectual woman. She is very smart. Um, she is connected to a lot of people. Um, but I noticed that those people um, are very they're control based because I see somebody say she feels in control. They're control based. Um, they also like to double down on their decisions. So whether the decisions are good or bad, they double down in them. Um, and I noticed that with a lot of people that she puts herself around. But if you notice, everyone that she puts herself around is very connected and civically connected. Um, and so they may be in business, but they're also in politics, right? Um, so, these things, in a circle, you should have a level of accountability. I don't know that the circle that she's in has that ability to really hold accountability because they are people who have doubled down in their bad decisions at times. Um, so those are things for me. Tracy says TH's connections probably give her a heads up on who she can trust in their inner circle. Yeah, definitely. Tiffany is calculated about who she is making connections with. Lil Stank's goal is to climb the ladder socially. And yeah, yes. She is using the same talking points as this is why Sharon, Yasharel, you guys are over here because you guys are smart. And this is why I picked this interview so you can see that the head was very aware of what was going to go on with this interview. Right or wrong, they knew what was going to happen. They're all compromised in their world of evolution, Darwin, right? The Most High God, okay? Narcissistic, okay? I'm not going to say that they all are, but some people say that entrepreneurs are in a sense. sense. I'm an entrepreneur, but I have a God sense. So that maybe, you know, that's what steers me. That's what, because, right, if we're looking at it, whatever you feed is going to grow, right? So whatever side of you feed, if you feed the narcissistic side of you, that's going to grow. If you feed the God spiritual sense side of you, that's going to grow.
Different communities and just different parts of this business.
Yes.
Just, it just gives me more energy because I've been working here since I was 15 years old, right? And so I have to recreate to stay engaged. I mean, many people would check out by now. They'll be like, you know what, there would be no growth. There would be no desire to do anything else. I love it. I wake up every day with a new challenge.
When we talk about
Mr. Troy, I want to talk about this comment. Tiffany will only allow an interview if she can control the narrative. It's people that's around her that understand a narrative and understand how to create one. And they understand, they're sympathetic to her in that regard. Maybe because of things that they have been through. It's like a trauma bonding situation, which is never a good thing.
generational wealth,
Yeah.
we talk about legacy. You represent that,
Yeah.
and you're working to try to create that in other ways. And you talk about Michelle Obama's book. Didn't you write a little ditty, a couple pieces? Didn't you talk? I remember hearing some talk about somebody writing something down.
I did.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. I wrote a book, The Girlfriend's Guide to Closing the Deal. And I was able to write that because I'd reached a point in my life where I had a story to tell. Everybody has a story to tell.
Let's talk about this book. The title of this book is The Girlfriend's Guide on Closing the Deal. So could she be sympathetic to what Lil Stank is maybe going through or trying to do, or because we all know that Lil Stank can sell a dream now. She can sell a dream. She can go in there and she can sell herself. Listen, there's no part of me that wishes a downfall of anyone. That's gonna be your choice. And let's be honest, Lil Stank have made all the choices to get here, to get to where she is, to be chastised by society, to be chastised in public by society, by the choices that she has made and that she has willingly made, it seems to me, and that she's going to continue to make. So she knows how to sell herself to people. She might not know how to write a press release. She might not know the right words to say or how to say them, but she's going to convince you that she's just this regular old normal person. She down to earth and she can sell herself in that matter. And yeah, at the expense of other people, because they just don't have that, empathetic button. Most narcissists don't.
But being a woman in this industry, oftentimes broadcasting is very male dominated. And so I have the privilege, and I do call it a privilege, to sit at tables with a lot of people who just have so much insight. And oftentimes they're white men, some white women, but only me. And that's the unfortunate part. And so what I
Okay. Did you hear what she said? What did Lil Stank say in her interview? That she was in a boys' club. So I'm going to say again that there was some trauma bonding that went on here because Miss Span Cooper was empathetic to her when she said, I'm in a boys' club. They don't want a black woman or a woman to be sitting in this seat. Okay? Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear what she said? Okay, because the trauma bonding is real.
I'm really doing is trying to turn up in every avenue I can to usher more African American women into C-suites, into boardrooms, into important tables, because not because they need to be there because they're black women, because what we bring to the conversation is so rich and allows it to change and allows it to be received differently, and to be valued, and I love young entrepreneurs. I do a cohort and haven't shared this.
Okay. Are you guys seeing why Lil Stank got the interview? Are you seeing why now the interview went the way that it did? What did she just say about entrepreneurs? What did Lil Stank think she's an entrepreneur? Okay.
Anybody, not even my closest friends. Every Saturday morning I get up to teach young entrepreneur women, on a virtual call, just feeding into them things that they should know that will help them grow their business, right? I think that's important because entrepreneurship is lonely. It really is. I look at them and they're so dynamic. And most of their friends work, they work a 9-to-5 job and they're raising their kids. But what's keeping these young ladies up at night, right? Am I going to make payroll? How am I going to scale this business up? Can I get a loan to expand this business? They don't have a lot of people to talk to about that. I didn't. And so I'm trying to provide a safe space for them, for them to get to know one another, to be able to support one another and to grow and to, have a different experience because I walked that mile, and so I think if more of us do that, the world becomes a better place, and when people are more successful in the things that they want to pursue because they had that person there to help guide them that walked. And I talk about that in the book, in my experience. I talk about, if I knew at 30 when I was green and sitting at the table with all of these important presidents and general managers of these stations in the third largest market, if I had my confidence and knew who I really was, what I would have been able to contribute, and so I just give soft skills and advice on how women and men can get there.
These are kind of off the wall kind of thoughts I had.
That's
But
fine.
you've known me for a long time, so that's not uncommon with me.
I love you for
What
that.
what is you think the biggest misconception about you, and what is the one thing nobody really knows about you, like what you like or what your really thoughts are, or a moment
love
that you
that.
had? I'm just curious because I think that gives insight
Yeah.
into who you are and how you continue to grow.
Yeah. The biggest thing that a person would be surprised is that I'm shy.
Yeah,
I'm shy.
I am too.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
Isn't that
And we
amazing?
have these jobs.
Yeah.
But we're shy and relatively quiet. In that I've got this outgoing personality, but my biggest joy is home alone, cooking, watching TV, just, not being in the world. The other thing about Chicago is it keeps you busy.
It does.
You're on a perpetual
Yeah.
treadmill
Yeah.
here. It's
Yeah.
like, when does it stop?
And
Right?
it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yeah. Well, and I think too, when people talk about being an introvert, it's really about where you get your energy from.
Yeah.
So some people get their energy from out there,
Yeah.
and some people get their energy from in here.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm in
and
here.
that, yeah, and I see that. I get that.
Yeah.
I get that. People think of you as this, huge, corporate president
Yeah.
type, and I mean, you're very approachable because you're
Yeah.
real, because you've been afforded those
Yeah.
experiences, because experience will make you real.
It will.
It will give you the tools that you need to be able to navigate.
Yeah.
And that's what people
And then my
oftentimes
parents,
don't.
taught me that.
Yeah.
They always said that they wanted us to treat the prisoner as well as we do the president.
Yes.
So there was no big need.
Well, she got the prisoner part right. She gonna treat the prisoner right. So we can tick that off for her in this interview that was done.
And when we grew up, we always had lots of people in our home, whether they were entertainers or just my friends, and we had an open house. And I think that was a tremendous balance that, my father, I could have lived a life of great privilege because of who he was in the world.
Yes.
But we were always just ordinary people.
I want to say this. I feel like when you are a person of power, you have to be careful who you give a platform. I understand wanting to help and to empower and to give a voice to people, but you have to make sure that you're giving that voice and that power to the right platform, to the right people, and putting that energy in the right space, right? And you are going to choose who, or you should choose who you're going to give that to by making sure that you do your due diligence when it comes to looking up, or knowing who you're dealing with. And so, this is the concern for me, is that you're in a position, and you're in a place that not many Black and brown people are. So you have to be, I feel like, extra protective of the power that you can give someone with your platform.
And taught to respect. That's who we are and who we shall always be, and that everybody deserves the same amount of respect. Yeah. And so if my assistant, if I'm going downstairs and I'll say, you want me to bring you, do you want lunch?
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
There's no servitude here, right?
Right.
And I love that so much. And I think that's what people receive from me, is the essence of me is just, down to earth, cool and comfortable.
What do you want? What do you hope? We talk about being old, but we don't want to be old.
No, that's okay.
What do you hope your legacy is? What do you hope people look and say, well, Melanie Span Cooper, boy, she did it.
Yeah.
It was here and she took it to this level.
Yeah.
What do you hope they say?
I hope they say that she was a really great businesswoman who never lost sight of her community, that I really understood how to do both.
She said they hope they say that she never lost sight of her community. Well,
and one did not have to exist without the other. That helping people live better lives, understanding the value and the contribution of our people was a driving force for her to build a dynamic media company. That's what I would want them to say.
And with that being said, what does it mean to you to be Black and powerful?
Oh, wow. Now, I should have known you were going to ask me that, right? What does it mean to me to be Black and powerful? It means that I have a responsibility to make a difference in the world, and not just for, my people or for black women, but to be a real contributor as a representative of God.
Charles, let's talk about this. And Charles, welcome. I'm so glad that you're here. I love your comments and I love your commentary. The problem with the powerful people Tiffany tries to surround herself with is that they can't control her, right? I think that's what you meant to say, right? That they can't control her. And for me, if I'm a powerful person, because there's so many people before she got to this interview and this particular radio station, right? And there are so many people this before this radio station. If I'm a powerful person sitting back watching and taking in information, right? That is something that I would have already known that I'm not the mentor for her. This is not the platform for her at this time, right? Because it's okay to say, I can't help you at this time because you're not taking the help that you already have around you, right? And I think that was the importance of them being honest about all of the information, the facts that were out there, right? For whatever reason, they felt like they could help her convince us that the facts weren't the facts. Because I just don't want to believe that those two educated women didn't know any of these facts that David on his show brought out. And David said himself today on his show on WVON, these facts are easily searchable. That's what took me out when he said that these facts are easily searchable. Right? Yeah, and they are, golfer. Okay. I brought this, this interview out for a reason. Just know that Super Producer brings these things out for a reason. I want to make sure that you guys are connecting where you need to connect so that you can begin to understand. We don't want to, for me, I don't want to feel like I am doing a disservice to these people. They are great, educated, powerful people. I'm doing my research and really taking a look at some things. That's what I'm doing. Or could Charles be saying they can't control Tiffany or they haven't been able to control Tiffany? Tiffany is an unladylike, couth, ghetto individual. I meant they thought they could control, but found out they could not. Yeah. Tiffany didn't understand with power comes responsibility. And she has no responsibility if she could not even pay the rent for the Good Burger. Two other places before she even got to South Suburban. I'm just saying. I'm feeling that too, Charles. She's tired of the ones who have been her puppet masters, not stepping out of the shadows to defend her. She's feeling her own and acting it out. Is the WVON olders response coming? I haven't seen it, and so glad you're having this whole conversation. Tracy, many of the people have emailed her directly, and her response was, thank you. And next time, direct your comments to info@WVON, I think.com is what they were told.
God for allowing me this space. That's what it means. Power is impact. You have to be able to impact people. And I hope that I do that. I work on that every day. I get up every day wanting to contribute. Every day.
Well, I thank you for contributing to my time because I've learned something. I've learned something. I got to spend time with a girlfriend I never get to see.
Yes, that's right.
You know.
At church sometimes.
It's sometimes at church.
Yeah.
So when I get there.
That's right.
Online is a beautiful thing.
It really
It
is.
is. It is.
Thank you for doing this.
Oh, no,
and
I think
thinking
this
of
is
me.
great.
I was so honored.
How do you not?
Oh my goodness, I was
How
so
do I
honored.
not think of you?
Yeah.
You are an icon. You are a staple and a stable symbol in this city.
Yeah.
If people don't know anything else,
Yeah.
they know you,
Yeah.
and they also know that they can tune to WVON and they gonna hear something.
Yeah.
That may not be what they want to hear. They don't have to
Exactly.
agree.
Right.
That's not what we're trying to do here.
That's right.
It's information.
Yeah.
That last part, I wanted to play that because I didn't like that. Now, I love Evelyn Holmes. She's a great journalist. Um, I have learned a lot by watching her, by, um, you know, watching how she does interviews, and things of that nature. Winky Wonder, I'll have to go back and get the date for you. I don't want to say the wrong thing, okay? I'll go back and get the date for you. I'll post a link to this video in the chat. You guys know how I do. I'm gonna read a comment in a minute because I was just reading it, but they said it's not gonna always be what you want to hear. And I don't think that in journalism or in radio, people are expecting to hear things that they want to hear. I feel like they're expecting to hear the truth, whatever that is. You know, sometimes we don't like the truth, and okay, that's something I don't want to hear. But I don't think it is because, we're going to hear things we want to hear and don't want to hear. No. You should always, I feel like, lead with integrity and lead with honesty, and the facts are just the facts. I'm going to point out something at the end that was very telling. Jonathan Ford says, I don't know how I found out about Tiffany and all of this, but I have been watching all videos about this nutcase. I'm in NC and this has been entertaining like a movie. You could not write it, Jonathan, if you tried. Okay? Lil Stank is what we call a gutter bunny. That is so funny, Saint and Sinner. So how would a protest be communicated to info? Okay? And Winky Wonder, that is exactly how she responded to a lot of people. Jennifer Roberts is one person. She posted in Dalton Politics the response that she got, and that was the response. Daughter's blessed. I told people in an earlier video, I don't think that there was that was needed. Any thinking person would have summoned the trustees and worked toward making amends to the budget. I feel bad for the people she is supposed to be serving. It is that word that is not familiar to Lil Stank. It is the serving part. Because public servant. She likes to compare herself to Jesus. Jesus was a servant. Never mind. I digress anyway. I wonder about repercussions from the higher ups because Lil Stank has been caught mismanaging the funds leading to connections to them. Well, listen, on Monday, I think there'll be a lot of things revealed. That's all I can say. I'm sure that there'll be a lot of things revealed. But Uh, I didn't like that statement. It's not gonna be what you want to hear all the time. Who said that they? I mean, I like I said, I think that people want to hear the truth. The truth is not always what we want to hear, but it's what should be put out there. Um, I didn't like that justification. You know, I don't know. I just that was an off comment for me. I don't know about you guys, but for me it was.
I bet this is the most fun, black and lovely. What is it? Black and powerful.
That's like
This
hair
is the
care.
best black and powerful.
Yeah, there you go. Well, that's you. You black and powerful. What are you talking about?
All right,
In
now we're
Bronzeville
about to get
All
into
Stars,
this.
this production not only entertains, but it also educates, encouraging important discussions around the themes of family, ambition, and resilience. Policy of Family Business, live at the Harold Washington Cultural Center, opening Thursday, February 13th. See you at the theater.
Hey, Alexa.
Okay, while we wait for this to get, together, I want to say that I'm not here to bash anyone. We are here I am here to give my review of this interview, and to give my review of how this interview was handled. Do I think that these are intelligent, smart, gifted women? The answer is yes. Uh, you know, what their actions and the things and their behavior have done aside, they're educated people, allegedly.
Said or did, he was quite prepared for.
MLK, The Conspiracies, a gripping film.
I'm just trying to wait for all that stuff to play because I feel like if I try to speed it up, it's gonna mess up I'm gonna go too far, and I don't want to go too far because I have my points written down. Oh, let me put my glasses on. I believe we are at that point where we are going to begin the official deep dive into this. I'm glad you guys are staying with me. Thank you for all of you that are here, listening and participating in the conversation. Golfer, I can agree. I can agree. All right, got my glasses on. That way I can see. I have my notes here.
Program.
What she's doing in this beginning, right, is she's actually prepping Lil Stank and telling her what they're going to talk about, and all of the things that she sees wrong with what's going on with her, and whatnot. That's what's happening. She's asking her questions that Tiffany is not giving her honest answers to, but that's what's happening at this moment. And let me tell you, this interview has so many commercials. I've never seen this many commercials on a radio interview in my entire life. So we're going to fast forward through these commercial breaks because they're long, but I'm going to play what was going on behind the scenes too. Okay? I got to be careful of this music because they'll try to ding my channel for it. And so after they talked about what they were going to talk about, hey, Succeed in 2, I'm good. How you doing?
Are back. The time is 9:23. You are listening to the Midday Show. I am your host. I'm the new host, Cleopatra Draper of the Midday Show, and live in studio as promised, y'all. Like, she really here. Like, she is in the building. You know her as the Superman. What your mama call you? Your mama call you Tiffany?
Yep, Tiff.
All right, Tiff. Also known as Mayor of Dalton, Tiffany Henyard. And I promised her, I just wanted her to listen for a second because I need to build this up. So for all of you all are tuning in.
Now, did you hear that? She said, I need to build this up. Why would you need to build anything up? What would you need to build up? Okay. Kenneth Dawkins, we're gonna get to that too. Not the nanny trying to help with the interview, child. Anyway. All right, let's go.
Especially all 20,000.
Okay. Y'all, this internet here, I hope it stays together for a minute. Okay. All right. Now let's get back to it.
Blue Island, Burnham, Calumet City, Dixmoor, Dalton, East Hazelcrest, Glenwood, Harvey, Hazelcrest, Homewood, Lansing, Markham, Phoenix, Polson, Riverdale, South Holland, and Thornton. And then she has 10 unincorporated towns. So what made her super is that she a boss, right? So I'm going to preface it that way. But I also want to build back to how she became. And you can't become until you look at the history from whence we came.
Why did she say she a boss? This be the stuff for me. Because who is she the boss of? If you're a public servant, you are not the boss. You work for a whole bunch of people. Those 20,000 residents that you just mentioned, that's who she worked for. She is not a boss. She is a public servant. That's the first thing. I'm not trying to tear anyone down. I, I don't feel like I do that here. But what we're not going to do is lie. Okay? Because you're not a boss. You work for the people that elected you. So, I mean, you might be the boss of Leotis. You might be the boss of KP and Dots and Don't Pray For Me No More. But you're not the boss. That right there took me out.
So the teacher in me is going to walk us through some history. And I want you all to follow me. Because I'm going to say 2 words, 1 name. Frank Zuccarelli. Now, if anybody knows anything about Zuccarelli, aka the Z Team, you know that there is an elongated history, so much so that it is ingrained in just some historical measures. So from the city of Chicago, we have our very own, now formerly Alderman Ed Burke, who served 54 years, long-term commitment, right? So then when we look to the Southland, undeniably they have.
Y'all make this make sense to me. Make this make sense to me. How are we talking about Frank Zuccarelli on an interview that's supposed to be about Lil Stank? How? Just how is that happening? How is that happening? Okay.
Had Frank Zuccarelli. And I was talking about some history. So when we talk about just multiple roles and the political sphere, you can't help but to identify Zuccarelli. You could look at Mike Madigan. You could look at Ed Burke. What do they all have in common? They're Caucasian male, right? And they had powerhouses across the state of Illinois. So Zuccarelli, the township of Thornton collectively is about 158,000. Let's round up. Give or take, folk be moving. But when you think about just time served, 43 years, he served as both trustee, and 34 of those were the chairman of South Suburban College. And in fact, another 2 years as student trustee. That's a long time. Most y'all don't stay on jobs more than 5 years. So with that being said, we got 40 plus years in service at one institution that is a staple in the Southland. So then we will look at committeemen. He served 2+ decades, right? So committeeman of Thornton. And then when we look at Thornton Township Supervisor, that came in 1993. So all of this ended in his sudden death in 2022. So under that township leadership, he had 170 full-time, some part-time roles. And even in the papers, they referred to him as the boss. So a concoction of a few mixtures. Now, that's a lot of folks that had immense love for Frank Zuccarelli. And it's not to be smudged, right? Some of the papers that I read through the years also referred to him as a boss, king of patronage, favors, the deficit of Thornton, the mismanagement, the splurges. One trip he took to South Carolina, he spent $46,000, right? Talking about I'm going to go see and assess, after the shooting, how they are coping and managing in terms of the community, because he wanted to emulate it, right? So I picked up on all of that to say that there's a behavioral pattern that's undeniable out of many of the townships and regions where we had long-term service, right? Especially when we look at white patronage. And then, when we looked at salary, and I'm building this up because
And let me tell you, she took this moment to mention white patronage on MLK Day, and not to mention that it has nothing to do with the conversation that we're supposed to be having, right? Let me get into some of these intelligent comments that I have here. Golfer says a professional interviewer would not call a politician by her moniker. None of her titles are super mayor. She is supervisor and mayor. Those are the proper titles. Justin says that he's standing his ground 10 toes down. Michael Steven, she told Cleo Snatra to bring him up to take the heat off of her. Tiffany is a disgrace, and they need to stop wasting the court and board's time. Everything Frank Zuccarelli had in the township, Lil Stank took it away and fired all those employees who have been there for years. They were talking about all those people on MLK. Succeeding, I need your energy to finish painting it. Okay. So, she's given a history of Frank, not to mention this man has passed away. That's not even the conversation that we're supposed to be having. I'm going to let her finish because then we're going to do it properly. Okay.
There was so many correlations to current time of just some of the same problems. Zuccarelli was the highest paid Illinois elected official. Now, when we look at this from a country perspective, he was the highest paid, second to one of the governors across the country, all from Thornton Township, right? So when I say I'm gonna break this down, I want y'all to understand both committeeman salary, which is not published, right? Because you can earn a salary outside of wherever you do your thing, as long as you're organizing for the party. You have chairman of the board of trustees at South Suburban College for 34 years, and then you had Thornton Township supervisor. So I'm counting 3 bags right there. Last but not least, right? When we talk about, his untimely death, it shook the Southland because the calculus hadn't been put to play. and there was a 60-day count. And on that 59th day, 10 minutes before it was time, some would say a star was born. Some would say this young lady hit the lottery. And some would say it was the luck of the draw. But it was out of 8 people that selected Mayor of Dalton, Tiffany Henyard, to serve and be the successor after Frank Zuccarelli. Like I said, she's in the studio now. When we come back, we're going to hear from.
Okay, so let's do this properly. So you took the time to find out how many people elected her. You took the time to research Frank Zuccarelli, but you did not take the time to look up the history on your guest. So let's do this properly. So as a proper interviewer and host, let's look at Lil Stank's history properly as to what should have been done during this interview. Y'all ready? Here we go. Lil Stank was trustee for 8 years, during which she owned a property that was infested by mold. And it was a Section 8 property, no less. Well, there was a Section 8 renter in the property. After the home was deemed inhabitable and the tenant was booted, Lil Stank continued to collect the rent from Section 8. That is shown here in this article, which is easily searchable. Dalton rental home deemed uninhabitable, but village trustee owner is still receiving tax subsidies. Nearly 3 months ago, let me see when this article was, November 11th, 2019. Nearly 3 months ago, this was in November 11th, 2019, CBS 2 exposed serious problems involving mold, water, and leaks in a South suburban rental home owned by a Dalton Village trustee. That's this article right here. The interviewer says, we caught up with Lil Stank before last week's village board meeting. The interviewer asked Lil Stank, I want to talk to you about the house on Dearborn. Can we do that? Lil Stank says, my attorney's right here. So if you have any questions, I have legal counsel. Talk to my attorney. So the interviewer says, so you want me to talk to your attorney and not you? You can't tell me how the house failed in inspection in October when it just passed beforehand? Lil Stank says, if you have any questions, talk to my attorney. So we did. The inspection process is within control of the village, not of the trustee, said Lil Stank's attorney, Kelly Dudley. She has been instructed by the village attorney to be treated just like any other property owner. Dalton's attorney said the house's inspection history is under investigation. Meanwhile, village records show a slew of past problems, with the house passing and failing, then passing inspections for years before the Housing Authority of Cook County approved it as a rental property eligible for government housing assistance money, or Section 8. A Hack employee said, as a landlord, Lil Stank has received $36,866 in taxpayer dollars in Section 8 rent payment since 2017, when Smith moved in. That's Lil Stank's history as a trustee. Trustee for 8 years. This went on. She could have looked all that up. Okay? So, I mean, as an interviewer, we're interviewing Lil Stank, so we should be looking up Lil Stank's history, not Frank Zuccarelli. Let me continue, because we're not done with the history. There was 8 years a trustee. She was recalled by Mayor Riley as a trustee. Her, Stan Brown, and Robert Hunt all was put on a recall by Mayor Riley. It's part of Lil Stank's history as a trustee. She's going to tell you in this interview she beat the recall as a trustee because Frank Zuccarelli helped them with his lawyers and his friends. But Frank Zuccarelli is the ops. Are y'all following me? Okay, are y'all following me? I just want to, I'm the interviewer now, and I'm giving you the history on my guest, Lil Stank. Okay? Cleo and that do that deep dig of information, but not the same info dig into the act, okay, of Lil Stank. She spent all that money on trips. Okay, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Okay? Y'all following me? Tony Joy, you say you love the way. Oh, thank you so much. Listen, I take great pride in doing these things. Okay, but I'm the interviewer now. Lil Stank, my guest. I just told y'all her history as a trustee. Mold infested home. Tenant had to be evicted. She still was receiving payments from Section 8. She was recalled by Mayor Riley while she was sitting in her seat. Her, Stan Brown, and Robert Hunt. She gonna tell you in this interview that Frank Zuccarelli helped them beat the recall. But he the op though. Okay? All right. Let's go. Continue on with this history. Interesting history as it may be because it was easily searchable. All right. Continuing on with the history of our guest, Lil Stank. She showed up to her first meeting as the mayor, dressed as Nino Brown. Played the Rihanna song, B, Better Have My Money. Let's continue with this article right here, which was easily searchable. We're going to get into this article right here. This was a great article. This article, man, I'm going to link this so you all can have this. You can save it. You can do whatever you want when I put it on the community page. Let's go to this history. Now we're going to get into Lil Stank's history as the mayor. She's been sued for fraud, misusing public funds, manipulation of the law, frivolous spending, salary ordinance in Thornton Township successor to the seat. If she should lose it, is going to decrease. So right now she's making $224,000 a year, but she passed the ordinance that if she loses her seat, that salary is going to go down to $25,000. She spent $50,000 on a Christmas tree from New York. Okay. Buying roadside billboards, allegedly destroying local businesses by not approving their licenses, purchasing first-class tickets for out-of-town trips, allegedly funneling money to a foundation in her name. But Frank Zuccarelli is the problem. She talked about all of the checks that Frank was getting, but didn't mention that Lil Stank is getting a township check and a Village of Dalton check. Just didn't mention that. She never looked up Little Stank's business, Good Burger, which was not in good standing. David brought that out today. She also started an illegal business out of her book bag. I am confusion. All of this history, easily searchable. Okay, easily searchable. No, Saint Center, this was an ordinance. I'm going to show you in this article. Okay, but that was Lil Stank's history. I just gave it to you. Wait, was the Christmas tree for her house? I mean, either way, it's crazy. No, it was the town, uh, you know, lit Christmas tree, $50,000. Let's look at this article. Now I'm going to show you in the article where you can find these things. I love this article because they link everything in this article. Right here, somebody was talking about the salary. Look at this. It says it. Okay. Henyard got a measure through the Thornton Township Board that will reduce the salary of her potential successor in the event she loses her bid for re-election next year. Henyard, who makes $224,000 a year as township supervisor, drafted legislation that would cut her successor's salary to $25,000. If Henyard stays in office, her salary stays the same. So let me explain to you what happened. In Springfield, they passed an ordinance that stopped her from giving herself a raise, because what she was trying to do was give herself a raise, and they stopped her being able to do that. So they stopped her being able to give herself a raise while she's sitting in the seat. That is what they stopped. Okay, thank you, Jim C. You just easily learned all this and you're not, okay, yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, y'all know what you're doing. Okay, y'all know what y'all talking about. Okay, let's keep going in here because it just tells you everything. She didn't even have to look but one place to get all of her guest history. But since she's our guest, we'll give the history for her. Okay. All right. So here it is right here. Among the controversies, the account and others on TikTok have detailed include Henyard spending $50,000 on a Christmas tree. And then if you press this link, it's going to take you to that article. From New York, using public funds to buy roadside billboards featuring her name and face, including one that misspelled Thornton. I'm done. They was petty for that. And allegedly using police to harass residents and employees and target political opponents. That didn't even get discussed. But it's part of Lil Stank's history, though. Other antics include purchasing first-class tickets for out-of-town trips, allegedly funneling thousands of dollars in public money to a foundation in her name, taking Dalton police officers off the street to provide a personal security detail that's resulted in thousands of hours of overtime, and spending thousands of dollars on 2 ice rinks that elected officials say they didn't approve. That is only part of Little Stank's history. But it's the history nonetheless. None of that was brought up in that interview. Okay? She was actually trying to discourage others from running, and her salary would have gone down. That's right. That's right. That's why she did that. Also, as June 18, 2024, at least 500, that part. Okay. So, I mean, this is our interview now. So that's our history on Lil Stank, which was easily searchable. You took all that time to look up a man that's no longer living and give his history, but not give the person who's present in front of you's history, which is what we're talking about currently. Okay? Yeah. So then she went to a commercial break, right? I'm getting ready to show y'all what happened because during the commercial break on theirs, you can't hear anything because all you can hear is the commercials that's playing. Okay? Good night, Butterfly Girl. Just catch the replay in the morning or tomorrow. Okay? Thank you for coming as long as you did. I appreciate you. Okay? So let's look at the behind the scenes. What happened? What went on? Okay?
Oh, that was perfect timing. So, you gotta cut.
I'm Candace McCollum, and here's what's happening in your local
How you need Facebook?
The Cook County Sheriff's Office.
Damn it, you when we come back. That's why I was asking about this. But yeah, other than you learned something? Yeah. That was deep. That was a quick build up. Oh, okay. But I ain't been a man for years. How old are you? 41. Your whole life.
The 20-year veteran of the county department of corrections.
But when we do it, it's a whole problem. We can't have multiple seats, let alone one seat. And that's what the problem is.
So this is why I built it there. So I'm glad you felt it. So when we come back, I want to know who you are, right? I do have the successors. Bill Shaw was the man too, right? Right, but when we come back, you served under, what's his boy name? Riley Roger. There's a reason why you took him out. Or maybe he was ready to go to save it. But I think what you've been robbed of, yeah, you tell your story, right? But who are you? What do we need to know? Because, like I said, I pulled up some of the stuff I call it distractions, right? We're gonna talk about these headlines. And then, if you want, that's the only thing you can test is some of the stuff you can't talk about. Right, but I'm not even gonna give no details.
Did you hear her say, I'm not even going to give no details? They are now talking about what they're going to do when they come back from the break, the commercial break. She says she wants to know who she is. And she begins to ask her question, tell her the question she's going to ask, but then she says, I'm not even going to bring all of that out. Say what?
The legal maneuvers. We're gonna talk about that, right? Because you got some heat tomorrow. Right.
Everything to keep you distracted from running your race. So you focus on always in court, or they got you tied up doing this, doing that. If they think you may work, the difference is I work. I'm gonna work hard. That's all I do. So they can't beat me. So they have to go and get into the minds of my supporters or people that love.
She told her that they're going to talk about the legal maneuvers that people have been doing to her. Let me get my face in this camera. She said, we're going to talk about the legal maneuvers that they have been doing. And she said, they can't beat me. It's distractions to her rack because she don't live here. She wasn't lied to. Her money wasn't stolen. Her and her family wasn't harassed by puppet officers.
So you got to do character assassination. That's what they're doing. They're trying to deflect.
She said that they are trying to do character assassinations on her. Now, I just showed you guys the facts of her history from a trustee to a mayor. At this point, Lil Stank, I want you to name I want you to name them. Who is trying to do a character assassination on you? Because you're doing a good job yourself. You don't need no help. You don't need any help. I just need to know who. I want you to name them. I want you to stop saying they. I want you to stop saying them. I want you to stop saying those people. I want you to name them at this point. This is what I want you to do, Lil Stank, because you're doing a great job on your own. You don't need any help. But that's what she said. Okay, boy. It's only fitting since the interviewer was caught. Okay. I'm just doing my review. I'm just doing my review.
From the truth, but yet you don't see not one positive story on no social media, on no news station, and I do a ton of great things. Why is that?
She said she do a ton of great things. Lil Stank, name them at this point. Name the ton of great things that you tag somebody in, whoever you want to tag in. If you can't name them, I want you to name them. She said she do a ton of great things. At this point, I don't want to hear you say, I do a ton of, I want you to name them. I want you to begin to name the tons of things that you do. Because name them. I don't want to hear this again. Name the things. Name them. Because I just named your history. I just ran down your history. Just that easy. All the things. At this point, you need to name them to us. The things, the tons of things. Just like the drones of people, you need to name the tons of things that you have done. That's what you need to do. Judge Petty says she will never name them. She even blames them for the media coming in, not her Nino Brown shenanigans or the Vegas. Okay, there you go. There you go, right there. Hey, Judge Petty, listen, I forgot to tell you guys something. If you go to my All in the Q page on your desktop or laptop, if you scroll down to the bottom, I have some exclusive pages to watch. Link there. They're my favorite pages. They're pages that I watch. And Judge Petty is on there. And just go and look at the list. You can grab all of their pages from right there. Okay? All right. She fell into a huge opportunity becoming mayor due to two medical issues of the leading candidates, Riley Stroke and Frank Unalive, but the power got to her head. Child, I want to see the receipt. She keeps mentioning them. She has. She don't have none. It's like when you have a receipt for jewels and you keep it in your purse for like 3 or 4 days, and then you want to return something and the ink is all smeared and they can't really read what was on it. Yeah, like that. But anyway, I want you to name, just like we named all the things that you did, the $50,000 Christmas tree, the Vegas trip, the Nino Brown thing. We want you to start naming all of these tons of things that you do.
And that's why I challenge the people to look into where I started and how I got to where I am. And why is everybody attacking this one person? It's so many other communities that can go and get involved.
Is it true y'all 5 mile radius? I pulled that up. We 8. I'm gonna show it.
She said, why is everybody attacking her? Well, nobody would be attacking you, Lil Stank, if you wasn't doing some of these things. I don't think that people just attack people that are doing nothing. I don't know about that one, Lil Stank. That's a questionable one. Oh, you're welcome so much, Judge Petty. You know what? We forgot super producer. Her per diems, 200, 250, 600, depending on she traveling. And her, yeah, all of that. Okay, thank you. You know, I am really starting to get concerned about that mental state. I really am, because you can't just be believing these things. You just can't be believing that. Like, I don't know.
Because that's a hell of a point that me and my CEO talked about. Like, Lynn don't. Why this shit? Lynn don't.
Do you hear?
Nobody care about Lynn don't.
Do you hear her putting down Dalton? Do you hear that? She said, who cares about little Dalton? The people that live there care. That's who cares. The people that was a very insensitive comment. Very unbecoming characteristics being brought out. That was very poor taste to say that who cares about little Dalton. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear it? I don't want y'all to think I'm making up anything. The long and short of that interview is that Clear Snatcher had to have knowledge of Tiff's rumbles. This was willful and woeful malicious conduct on behalf of both women. Yes, seriously, she's off. Explain why you keep putting stuff on the pay list that you know dang well don't belong on there. This, I watched my partner compiling his monthly expenses so meticulously for years. Everyone has to turn in their receipts unless you want to pay for it yourselves. Okay. Okay. You never caught the break conversations? Well, you're going to see. But I have them for each break. You're going to see them. But how insensitive was that to say? Why would you say that? Okay? Why would you do that? And then laugh? Like, that's so unprofessional to me. Because this is a village full of real people. Very disrespectful.
It's about my bigger seat. It's about supervisor of the township. That's it. It ain't about.
And then she tries to say it's not about Dalton, it's about my bigger seat, the township seat. Child, it's about any seat that you sitting in right now. The toilet seat. It's about any seat that you're sitting in right now. That mayor seat, that supervisor seat, the toilet seat, the car seat, any seat you sitting in right now, it's about that. This right here sent me to another level to hear these behind the scene things that were very disrespectful to the residents of Dalton. Very disrespectful. I didn't like that at all. Very disrespectful. And you are the mayor of this town. Lord, have mercy. Hey, Orlando Gus. Henyard Gate, I'm late. It's okay. That's too. She thinks of those people. Okay. That's how, Tracy. How are you thinking of people that you're supposed to be serving in that manner? Very distasteful. I didn't like that. But she claims to love Dalton. Someone needs to let the seniors hear this. Okay. Guess what, Charlie? You have it here in this video. I'm going to make a little short. I think I'm just going to post these behind the scenes. I'm going to do, super producer going to do what she do and make a little video and for the seniors that y'all can play and share around, okay? And she didn't. And she did not even try to defend. She going to sit there and laugh with the lady. Let you know she did not like. She didn't get in the seat because she wanted to serve y'all. Tracy, that's what I like about super producer. She examined everything. Child, I hear everything. I do. I examine everything because I don't want you guys to miss anything. I don't want you to feel bad about anything that you're going to do or say going forward because look, I want to point it out to you. This is how they felt about you. Okay? She don't own those seats, not even a toilet seat. She don't even own a toilet seat. Make me, man, child. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Crazy. It's obvious based on her actions she does not like Dalton. Period. And they need to start treating her as such. Everyone. Wish we could get a digital billboard with clips of her being disrespectful to the people. That would be so smart. Boy, that would be smart. Hey, did you see her throw the phone when Tiffany said to check her messages? I don't know, but we're gonna get there. Give me 1 second. This interview was not a softball thing. It was crafted and concocted because we heard it. Okay. Okay. I don't know, honeymoon, but we gonna source it out. If y'all can stay with me for a little while, we gonna get through it, all of it. I use the CC to catch hard to hear conversations in this videos. Yeah, display it on the big bingo scenes. Yeah, the FBI doesn't even need to investigate anymore. She's providing all the proof in 4K and in public. That part, she checked it, and it looks like she throws it on a 4. Okay. That's why I said she hate the people. Coley Cole and the judge clips. He went off. Jason should use them in the commercials. Long got an audit pressure the billboard truck to bad. She's not close. 16. Okay. Great job, super producer. Oh, Dub Science. I hope you're resting. I'm gonna call you though. Okay. All right. Y'all not going anywhere? Okay, cool. Let's continue.
Nothing else. The Albany Comp is about 23,000 residents. Township Comp is about 190,000 residents, but it's 17 different cities. I'm over both areas, and that's what everybody really mad about because I've accomplished something.
First of all, you are over the village of Dalton. You are not over Thornton Township. You are the supervisor of services. Let me put you on the right seat. Okay, let me give you the proper perspective that you all need. So anybody that was confused, she is the mayor of the village of Dalton. Thornton Township does not exist as a town. It is a way to provide services for the 17 municipalities that fall under the umbrella of being called Thornton Township. She is not over anything but services. Services for 17 municipalities. Because the 17 municipalities that she serves as supervisor, they all have mayors. So she's not in control of anything but services. First of all, crazy. Okay, I missed some comments, so I'm going back. Hold on. Where is the NAACP and BLM when it's like, okay, thank you. Because this is egregious. I appreciate you saying what they are saying. I can't. Okay. Don't worry, Laura. She thinks she's over the 16 mayors. Well, she is not, Tracy. She is over services for the 17 municipalities. If you will, she is the Thornton Township version of Section 8. She's the housing authority. We'll call her the services authority for those 17 municipalities. She ain't over nothing but services. She went from 300,000 to praying. She can keep 50,000. Child, her position is ceremony. There you, okay. Period. Period, poo. Okay, let me see. JTE, good evening. Or yeah, good evening still. All right. Okay. Don't be sad for them. Because some of them know. Some of them will tell you they know they're not going to vote for her, but they like Big Bingo. They like the prizes she give out. But anyway, let's continue with this conversation.
Most men wanted Frank Zuccarelli seat, but never would run against him. But when they gave it to me, then it became a problem. I'm coming back. Okay.
All right, this is where we got to pause this because now, Hold on, let me get a few other things set up. Hold on. Okay. So now we're going to go back to the interview. That was the first break. So that was the behind the scenes from the first break. So now we're going to go back to the interview and I'm going to fast forward through their little break.
The super mayor, Tiffany.
That way, see, it's not going to take too long to get through this.
I do my head talk, check my nails.
Serving up that good burger.
That's
Talk
right.
to me about the entrepreneurial side of your brain, because you didn't just get here haphazardly. There has to be some calculus in the tea leaves that make you smart, as the young folks would say.
Yeah.
So talk to me about that, because you glossed past that.
Okay.
First of all, she was so smart that she would not pay the rent on 2 other places before she got to South Suburban. So it was actually 3 places that she had this good burger establishment and didn't pay the bills at none of them. So, I mean, I don't know if you want to call that smart. I don't know that I agree with your definition of smart, Cleopatra. I don't know if I do, but okay.
Definitely. I'll back up. Thank you for catching that. So when I was in school, I was always an entrepreneur. I used to sell bad candy. When it was $1. You buy your chews, your fruities, and I'll sell it to all my classmates. So that's what kind of started my entrepreneur spirit. After that, when I went to college, I went to night school. I don't like getting up early in the morning. I'm not a day person at all. So when I went to night school, we didn't have anywhere to go to get food but the vending machines. So I then went home and I used to make meals. So I did a hamburger helper, things like that, cakes and cookies, and I sold it out of a duffel bag in school. I used to bring home $300-$400 a day. And then I hired my class.
So you took some pre-boxed meal, added meat to it, and called yourself an entrepreneur. Well, I want you to know, single moms and all you moms at home, all of you guys are entrepreneurs. Take that box of hamburger helper down out of your cabinet. Serve it up. Tell your children to leave the money on the table. You are now an entrepreneur. Insane.
I started getting employees. I started a whole business literally in business school. So from there, I then bought a building in Calumet City, and I created Good Burger. I had Good Burger for 20 years, and I sold hand pack turkey and beef burgers, and then hand cut fries. From there, I went after contracts.
How long did she say she had Good Burger? Did she say she had Good Burger for 20 years? Okay, girl.
I went into Perry State College. I went into South Suburban College. I always been a hustler. That's why y'all can't break me. And I will never give up, because I know how it feels to hustle all day to make whatever the goal is to bring home. And that's why you see my grind the way it is today.
And we're going to.
Thank you, Big Rick. Listen, this is my honest reaction. If Lil Stank was my friend, these are things that I would be saying to her, and I would be definitely telling her, friend, you need to sit down. You don't need to be running nobody's town, kitchen, concierge service, nothing. You don't need to be doing anything. You need to go back to school. Okay? That's what you need to do. I'm just wondering if y'all hearing these numbers. I mean, we already know that Lil Stank not good with numbers. We already know that. This host sitting here and she didn't even catch it. She didn't say, wait, 20 years? That would mean you still operating? What we doing? Okay, child, I'm sure that she didn't pay Good Burger rent, and she didn't. Okay, that's why she moved 3 times. Okay? Okay? How does she make $300 to $400 per day at night school? So you just told the people that you was running an illegal business at their school at night. But listen, you got a box of hamburger helper in your cabinet, you an entrepreneur. Okay, so make that hamburger helper, serve it up to your people, and tell them to leave the money on the table because you in there. Okay, I'm just saying, you in there. Okay, what? No, I don't know. Winked Wonder. Eh, She was at South Suburban, and she didn't pay the rent there, so she got evicted. Okay, but anyway, let's continue.
We're gonna pull back all those layers, but for those that knew, because you identified Tiffany from the block,
Yes.
I always try to connect it to the business side of your boss attributes because I think you're a different breed. Everybody would agree to that, right?
Yes.
And it got to be something that is rooted, that drives you.
She's a different breed. She's told us that she's a pit bull breed. So what breed did she tell you that she was? I'm confusion. Cleopatra. I'm confusion because she told us that she was a pit bull in a skirt. Did she tell you that she was a different breed? What breed did she tell you? Can you tell us? No? Okay then. Well, I agree with this broken angel. Okay? What else was in the bag? Candy. She said candy and a whole bunch of what else did she say? Burgers and hamburger helper. Lord have mercy. She just said she bought a building in Calumet City and had good burger for 20 years. Child, you make it make sense. I ain't got time. Okay. I didn't have time to deep dive into that. That's a whole nother day. Okay. Of nothingness. Okay. But do y'all remember when she said that she was a pit bull in a skirt? I mean, she told us what type of breed she was. I'm just asking, did she tell her a different breed and did y'all catch it? Okay, but what I digress. Let me go ahead.
And it's not any of these titles.
Definitely.
You are a mother.
Yes.
And I want folks to understand what that means for you. Right? So you are a mother, you are a Black woman, and you go hard for Dalton.
Yes.
But as a mother, why?
Why? Because I want my daughter to have the same opportunities that I'm trying to get for every other Black girl or a kid or a woman in America. Right now, it's the hardest thing for a woman to be empowered. When a woman's in leadership role, they feel we're stupid. They feel we don't know anything, and they feel that we can be bought, and we're not. We do not want to stick with the status quo. We want people to be right in government. Everybody that's in.
Did she say we want people to be right in government? These things are baffling to me that are being said. Because if you were right, you would be working with the board to do the right thing for the residents. Sheesh, Lord have mercy. That's what she just said. And I don't like the way that the interviewer is priming before the questions are being answered. Because she a mother. Okay, what about it? Because right now we're talking about her doing a job. Why should we be talking about her being a mother? We should be talking about her doing a job, right? Okay, child. This whole thing, hey George Graham, this whole thing is it's interesting. I can tell you that. Very interesting. But anyway,
government is not bad, it's not corrupt. And I am living proof of that. But yet they painted me as this bad person or corruption.
First of all, who painted you, Tiffany? Who painted you? Name them. I'm so tired of you saying they. We're not gonna do this they stuff anymore. See, if I'm the interviewer, this is what I'm saying. We're not gonna do this they stuff anymore. Who's painting you? Who's painting you? Who painted that $50,000 Christmas tree you bought? Who painted that $1 million ice ring you bought? Who painted you not giving these people these business licenses the way that you're supposed to? Who? Name them. Name them. I feel like somebody, the next comment that people should be making at the mic is, can you please name by name, proper name, government name, these people who have painted you? I need to know this. Okay. Yeah. This is interesting. This was an interesting interview once I got to go back and really dissect some of the things that were being said. Yeah. Child. And today, David took me out when he said thick-tongued. Child.
Thief. I'm none of those. I am fighting against the people that are. But people have to hear my story to understand where I am and where I come from and why I continue to fight and stand in the fire for them. Next month, we have Black History Month. Why we got the shortest month of the year? Why? Why is it only that month we talk about the Black leaders or the people that have uplifted us as we grow? Because we all.
Now, I'm confused as to how, and I got to get my full face in the camera for this. I'm confused. She asked you about being a mother. How did we get to Black History Month and it being the shortest month of the year? Black History Month. But you, as a mayor and a supervisor, have the ability to talk about Black history whenever you want. I don't know that you should, because Harriet Tubman, I'm going to need you to explain to me exactly who that is. I need to know who she is, because I did a whole bunch of research trying to find her. So I'm going to need that. Educate me on that one. So I'm so confused as how those two conversations bridge. Okay. Oh Lord. Let me see some of these comments. I want to make sure you guys are a part of the conversation. Okay. She need to go back to the block, the corner, allegedly wherever. Everything she say about puppet masters is being done to her. Yes. Okay. Now y'all understand my confusion. I just
have mentors and people we look up to. Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks. And I tell everybody, I am her. I am Rosa Parks.
Okay, and you are Rosa Parks because you don't want to get up out of that seat. That's the reason why you don't want to get up out of that seat, is because you think you Rosa Parks. I mean, how many people are you, Lil Stank? You Harriet Tubman, you Rosa Parks, you Martin Luther King. You having a regular old seance over there. How many people? How many people are you? Do anybody know? Can somebody give me a count of how many people Lil Stank has been? Right now, I got 4. She's Harriet Tubman. She's Rosa Parks. She's Martin Luther King. Who else did she say she was? Somebody. I mean, you having a little seance over there. How many people are you? Good evening, Paul Roberts. Black History Month is one of her favorite non-sequiturs. Last year, she made us believe she was giving away, I know that's right, and only gave away $400-some thousand. Okay? Oh, and Jesus. And he was a Black man. Like in my story, he is. I mean, okay? She having a seance over there. Somebody let me know. Are we watching Split? Is that the movie we watching? Somebody said that this was a movie. You couldn't write it. Well, I believe somebody already wrote it. It's called Split, if I ain't mistaken. I, you know, these are the moments that have me question why is she committing all these atrocities. Okay, 4 Babe Solo. Okay, I mean it's a little seance going on over there. I mean you channeling all of these people. I'm not sure that a mayor is what you should have been. Maybe you should have been a tarot card reader. I'm not sure, but anyway, I really still have no idea what this has to do with the interview. But let's go. We're gonna continue.
The difference between back then and now is I'm living the same dream as her. What did she what did she not want to do? Give up her seat, right? She would not give up her seat. What am I doing today? Not giving up my seat.
And we're going to talk about that because you made a hell of a correlation in terms of what's at stake.
Lil Stank, I need to remind you of something. She didn't give her her seat, but she eventually got off that bus. Okay, Lil Stank. She didn't give up her seat, but she eventually got off that bus.
And as I walk us through the series, because you like a whole book.
Yeah.
It's a series of collections that for real, when we look in hindsight, one day God is going to bless us to live to grow old. And if not, live to tell the stories through others. And it's a series. And it's a lot of you that I want folks to take away as we pull back these layers, because we're going to get into the weeds, guys. Like ultimately, she's alluding to a few things. The seed, the fire, the brimstone, right? So, you know, and yes, she's still standing. And the question is why? When you think about the village of Dalton, 8-mile radius, right? About nearly 22,000 residents. That little spot on the map, is it that important? Or is the bigger picture, the supervisor picture, critical? And if so, why? So when we look at Thornton Township, you would agree is the second most powerful township in the state. And what makes it powerful is that it delivers the votes. Let's be clear.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. First of all, Thornton Township is the largest township in the state of Illinois. It is the largest township in the state of Illinois. That's the first thing. I'm confused about all these books that she said can be written about Lil Stank. I mean, the first book I can think that could be written, it could say alleged misappropriations. That could be a book. Let's see. What other book can we write? We can write alleged intimidation. We can write. I mean, it's just so many books, but she didn't give us no titles. This here interviewer didn't give us any titles. Yeah. Is it according to the 2020 census? So in 4 years we haven't had a census. So Thornton Township could be, if we talk about people moving in and out, but they're neck and neck. I would say that, Paul. You're right. And what exactly does Leotis lead, child? Children's church, because he the nanny. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. Anyway.
Yes, the vast majority is reflective. Let's say about 60-40 in terms of white and black. But when you think about the village of Dalton, it's predominantly black. But both of whom have historically been in some deficits or mismanagement or poor leadership, and it's continued. So that's undeniable. Now everybody's probably asking, well, what's her role in it? Where was she? We gonna get to that, right? But first, I want to jog your memories to the mayoral leaders that came before you. Bill Shaw comes to mind.
Yes.
The Shaw brothers.
Yes.
If you didn't see one, you saw the other,
The
right?
twins.
From 97 to 2008. That's undeniable. So you had some decent leadership, but then you decided to run for trustee.
Yes.
What made you run?
Well, again, I always been a leader. So I took on the role of block club president. So on my block, I always try to get the neighbors engaged, make sure you know your neighbor. When we went to school and got out, sometimes we go to the neighbor house. And that's the thing that I wanted to bring back. Basically unity amongst community and us building one another. So when my parents went home, we'll go to neighbor's house, they'll feed us, they help us with our homework, things of that nature. So the issue was over a tree. It's that simple. It was over a tree. We wanted a tree cut on the block, but it wasn't on our property. It was on someone else's property. I went to a board meeting and I asked them, hey guys, we have a tree. It's messing up the plumbing. It's leaning over in the street where we dance and do our routines at. Can you please come and cut it down? And basically when I went, they flickered me off. They said, I'll sit down. What you talking about, little girl? Because I was young. I was a teenager at the time. And from there, it got me interested in government because I didn't know who ran our city. I didn't know what that looked like. And when I saw it was just all older people, no youth, nobody that can actually be our voice and understand what we want, I ran for office. Now, don't get me wrong. That kicked me off the ballot when I first ran. I didn't know the game, didn't know nothing. I was so young, wet behind the ears, didn't know nothing. So then after that,
you know, I was looking for that too, right? There's never any history. So y'all getting some real exclusive.
Yeah.
When you knocked off the ballot, this is though you ain't never ran.
Right.
I've been kicked off the ballot.
So they trauma bonding. They both have been kicked off ballots and they laughing about it.
Knocked off the ballot, but you got back up.
I did. Dust yourself off. Try again, as Aaliyah say. Yes.
Okay. So tell me. So when I think of you and you fill in the blanks, you think of Zuccarelli. I think of the Z team, right? Now the boss had the Z team. Were you a part of that apparatus, or did you become ingratiated?
Well,
did they find you once you got knocked off the ballot?
Well, they did, but I never joined like per se the Z team. I was a part of it, but from afar, because I just can't go with status quo. I'm my own person. So I've always helped when they call for us to go get signatures, things of that nature. What people don't understand or didn't know about Frank Zuccarelli, he worked through his people. That's how he was able to.
Now, this is the part that I find interesting. Hey, Winters Hall, how you doing, Winters Hall? Winters Hall, you should be in the bed. Okay. Okay, this is the first time she admits you run apart from the deposition. Listen, this was the part about that y'all just heard that I found interesting. She says that she was not a part of the Z team. She worked from afar because she had to do her own thing. But then she says, the problem is, the next thing she's going to say is, the problem is people don't want to work together. You distance yourself from the Z team because you do your own thing. And then you say people don't want to work together. I love you too, Winters Hall.
For so long. That's the problem I'm having now. No one wants to work together. Everybody wants to be the dictator to Tiffany Henyard. And I'm saying no. I want people to do the same like y'all did with Frank Zuccarelli. We all work together. When Frank had a judge, attorney that wanted to run for judge, things of that nature, he went to every single town, which is 17 cities he compassed, and he had those mayors, those elected officials. They went out and got the signatures for his slates. That's how.
Now, this is what I want to know. Did you all catch? She just told what her role was supposed to be in this grand scheme of whoever is protecting her. Did you hear it? Somebody type in the comments if you heard what she was supposed to do. She just told it. I'm going to tell you. She just said that Frank was over the township, and whenever somebody wanted to get elected, he was the person that would go around and have all of the mayors collect signatures for that person or those people so that those people could get elected. So somebody would call Frank and say, we want to get so and so and so and so and so and so in the seat. Frank would go around to the townships working with the mayors and all of those people and have them collect signatures for the people that whoever made the phone call said, we want to get them elected. This what Lil Stank was supposed to be doing. And then she realized she could do this other thing, allegedly. Y'all get in these comments and tell me what y'all think about that. Get in these comments and tell me that. Yeah, because the township position is really based on relationships. You are the provider of services. That means you are supposed to work with the mayors of these 17 municipalities, cultivate good relationships with these townships, with these villages, so that you could collect the votes. But helping them under the guise of helping their village with services. Now, I don't know who thought Lil Stank was going to be good at that. I don't know who thought that. I'm just reading these comments. I'm going to put these comments up. Paul Roberts, she could never be committeeman because that seat was too powerful. So now we finding out whoever sent her, or because she got the seat, called her, said they was going to allegedly protect her and what she needed to do. And this is what she needed to do. And she didn't listen. I mean, I don't know. These just my thoughts. My thoughts. But okay, here we go.
How this game work? He didn't go do it, but he had the resources and the connections to make it work.
So what she's identifying is the strength and power of relationships, but as two Black women that are on the most powerful Black-owned radio station in the country.
All right, we're going to talk about something right here. We're going to pause and talk about something right here, okay? Connections. She talked about connections, right?
Just for the record,
That's not what I want to show right there. Let me get, this is what I want to show. Look at this. Is it position of power versus power of position? We watched the video earlier with Melanie Span Cooper, who said that it was because of corporations in Chicago. It's the reason why she was able to be propelled forward, right? Is it the position of power or the power of position? These two articles contain, one of them contains, they say, the 50 most powerful people in Chicago. Some of them are political leaders for obvious reasons, because they're in position of power. Okay? Some of them, or most of them, are corporate leaders. They have the power of position. Lil Stank was supposed to be in the seat to cultivate relationships with the people of power of position. Okay? Okay? That's the question. This is the game. This is the game. You put somebody in a position of power and you have them protected by a person with power of position. Okay? At least that's my observation. It's my observation. Y'all tell me what y'all think about my observation. While you do that, I think they get ready to go to another
We
break.
ain't
There was
white.
so many commercials.
And that ain't right.
Right?
Right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, that privilege that you saw, the trickle down effect just hasn't reached you and probably will not touch you as a Black woman in power.
Correct.
And that's been an ugly reality. And I am going to identify that for you because you would be remiss as you read and see, and eventually I just stop in terms of.
She did more answering of the questions. You say, I am going to identify that for you. She did more answering of the questions for Little Stank than she did asking.
Damn, Dalton ain't that important. Why this seat?
Why does she keep saying that? Dalton is not that important. And why, as the mayor of Dalton, would you sit there and allow her to say that? Because as a mayor of a village, you ain't never going to downplay my residents. Ever. I'm going to correct you every time. Every time. Okay? Every time I'm going to do that. I don't think that's why they got non-talking. She was supposed to move. Tiffany was supposed to cultivate relationships. I don't know why they thought she could cultivate relationships in the first place. And maybe it's because she was a good party planner, a good event planner. Maybe that's why they thought that. Okay. Sharon Yasserel. Okay. Thank you, babe Solo. Okay. This is really making me upset that the interviewer keeps saying Lil Dalton. No. Just disrespectful. Dalton ain't that important. That's what they keep. And she gonna sit there and let her do that. As an elected official, shame on you. As an interviewer, shame on you. Because Dalton is full of great residents. They're people. This was not acceptable. George Graham, Dalton ain't that important. You heard it. Okay. Justin, do your thing, sir. You are in control. Go ahead. Yeah, you heard it. That's amazing to me that she didn't stop that.
And why now? Right? So as we build up to the rise of Tiffany Henyard, Tiffany from the block, aka Good Burger, you dust yourself off, you tried again, you ran, and then you were seated.
Correct.
Okay. So you had to get out there and get your teeth cut, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you served as a trustee for how long?
8 years. I did 2 terms.
So 2 terms under the leadership of then Mayor Riley Roger.
Correct.
Right? So was Roger done, or you just decided that you were done?
Well,
and you wanted something new. Which way?
I had to make sure I unseated him, and I ran for the seat because he kept trying to recall me.
I want you to pay attention to what she says about the recall.
It's not my first recall
Oh,
story.
really?
He tried to recall myself, Stan Brown, and Robert Hunt, and they lost. Frank Zuccarelli was involved as well as relates to, we had a lawyer, we defeated that, and we still kept our seats. But they always tried to recall us, no matter what. When people can't control you, they try to remove you from office. That's how this game goes.
Because recall is an X factor here in Chicago.
Correct.
There is a state rep that is pushing that agenda. He's done so even when he was on the ballot for mayor, but they were rebuking in the name of Jesus in Chicago. But recall is also powerful, but it's abusive.
Correct.
And I did not know that this was not your first rodeo.
No, ma'am.
So you were recalled, or attempted to be recalled once or twice?
2 times. So once as a trustee.
First of all, I'm going to say this. Recall is not abusive in the hands of the residents. It is abusive when it is in the hands of a politician, because then a politician is going to set forth to remove everyone that is not on their agenda. The residents are going to use a recall to remove someone that is not performing their duties properly. That's just my opinion. And the residents have to have some sort of recourse. They have to have some way to arbitrate their government if they put someone in a seat that then begins to abuse the seat. Okay, let's go back to it.
And
okay, I know
as
that.
Mayor.
Right, I know that as mayor,
Okay.
but once beforehand.
Correct.
So is that the same time that you decided to run against him for mayor, or did you run in the next term?
I ran in the next term.
Okay.
Because he tried to put term
So he
limits on
pulled
us.
that trigger.
Yes.
And then you clapped back.
I did.
That's the translation.
And he
y'all.
lost his seat.
And he
That's
lost
why I
his seat.
watch what you go for, because if it's good for me, it's good for you. And the people elected me by landslide. 82% I won in 2021, becoming the
I was
first
gonna
female.
get to that. So
82% of not even half of the residents of Dalton. I think the total number of people that voted in that election was 3,000. Child, Lord, have mercy. Oh, God.
right, we're
Hold on, I messed it up, y'all.
giving us an exclusive right here.
I hated that she
For
kept
us to
saying
go
that.
get signatures, things of that nature. What people don't.
Okay, wait.
I know that as mayor,
Okay.
but once
There you
beforehand.
go.
Correct.
So is that the same time that you decided to run against him for mayor, or did you run in the next term?
I ran in the next term.
Okay.
Because he tried to put term
So he
limits on
pulled
us.
that trigger.
Yes.
And then you clapped back.
I did.
That's the translation.
And he
y'all.
lost his seat.
And he
That's
lost
why I
his seat.
watch what you go for, because if it's good for me, it's good for you. And the people elected me by landslide. 82% I won in 2021, becoming the
I was
first
gonna
female.
get to that. So this woman know her stats, y'all.
Mhm.
So in other words, what's good for the goose is it good for the gander. And as I think what makes us very interesting as millennials
Mhm.
is that we learn real quick.
Mhm.
And then when we learn, you can't unlearn what you know,
Correct.
right? Because you were in the thick of this fight. And I want to talk about Dalton because, there's been some painful moments, right?
Mhm.
I think you've had some growing pains yourself as a leader.
Correct.
And I want to give you that opportunity to have that humility and grace because nobody's perfect,
Correct.
right? And I'm going to talk about a few things, but I do want to preface that there are some things because of just the legalities and the nature of things that I won't get in the weeds of the details because everybody was hitting, well, ask about this. And Let me tell you something. What happened in Vegas, did it happen in Vegas? And if it did, that's for a jury to deliberate. But there are
Okay, I have to stop it right here. Okay, because I want to go back to something. I wrote on my notes. Let me show you my notebook right here. Why are you emphasizing that Dalton is not that important? Then why did you base yourself in Dalton. Truth is, you targeted Dalton because it was the least voter turnout. It was the easiest win for you. Then I wrote, no accountability for Vegas. One thing as people we need to start being is a mirror for each other. She says legality purposes, right? Legality purposes, when the case, as far as here in Illinois and in Vegas, has been allegedly closed. I don't think that stops you from asking the question, why didn't you sit Mr. Holmes down when all of this started? I don't think that stops you as an interviewer from asking those questions. I could be wrong, but I don't think it stops you from asking the question that we're going to hear Jennifer Roberts ask as a call-in viewer. I don't think it stops you from asking that question, Lil Stank. I don't think it stops you from asking those questions. Okay, let me see if I wrote something else on my paper. All right, no, not on that part. All right, let's see.
Moments of leadership where I bet if she was to take that trip again, ain't none of y'all going. Everybody stay at home, and that's how we gonna do this. And I'm gonna come.
She ain't taking a trip again. You don't have to worry about that, and nobody don't need to stay home, because if it's an economic development trip, then certain people need to go. In certain positions, they need to go, because Lil Stank is not educated enough to come back with the information that we need. We wouldn't even probably know what happened or what was being offered. But anyway, I digress. Come
back and tell you the message. So when we come back, we are talking to the super mayor, Tiffany Henyard, supervisor of Thornton Township, mayor of Dalton, who's going to dive into the growing pains, because I think every leader, if they have not grown, then they're not a leader. Mm-hmm. And when you look back over it, would you have done certain things differently? Definitely. Stay with us. We'll be back.
You're listening to Cleopatra Draper.
There were so many commercials during this thing, but let's go to the behind the scenes. This is that break that they taking now.
I think in one of the meetings just recently,
she began to talk about what they just discussed and what they were going to discuss going forward. And Kamal told them to be quiet. Kamal told them not to talk. And they did it. Watch this. So the nanny told them not to talk, and they did it. He's giving more direction now. You can't really understand him, but he whispers something to Tiff, to Lil Stank.
I mean, this is the biggest deal besides being the mom of two boys, baby boys.
She told you just ran.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just ran for office.
I ran. That was a wild one. I gave birth to my son the next day. I knocked him off the ballot, and of course, there's a write-in. My incumbent.
She did.
And this is after he said he can.
Now, why is she clapping about her knocking somebody off the ballot and still not winning? Somebody make that make sense to me. How is that a clapping moment? You knock somebody off the ballot, and I want you guys to know that I FOI'd the information on on Clea Snatcher on how she knocked Anthony Beale off of the ballot. I have all of the objections. I have all of the motions. It's a lot of information. I have it. We're going to go over it. But how do you knock somebody off the ballot? She begins to clap like that's something you should do. She still don't win. The man wins as a write-in still. Make it make sense. The people are waking up. Makes no sense to me. Not a clapping moment. Because as Black and brown people, why should we be trying to knock each other off a ballot? If you saying they can't run against me, then let them run against you and prove it. Yeah, and they did. They did, James Jones. Okay? Why is that a clapping moment? That's not a clapping moment.
Less about the role, but he still won by 196 votes. So, you know, when we talk about folks that are rooted in the work, ultimately, you know, you got to show up. You're going to fight for some fight. And you're right, fight at the polls, right? I think that's a fair playing ground. You know, that still ain't going to be fair, right?
Yep.
It ain't going to be fair. That's the nature of the beast. Yeah, but, you know, where am I at now? Folks want to know if I'm going to run again. You know, I'm running right here to this microphone. I think this is a powerful outlet that I'm not taking lightly. I think it's an opportunity for us to connect with people that are just doing.
She's not taking the opportunity to be on a historically Black radio station with a very heavy, rich, deep history lightly, but this is the interview that you gave it. Okay.
Stuff, being attacked, needing to be uplifted, whatever the mood is, right? We need to be on that.
Where do you see yourself going?
Sky's the limit for me. Wherever God is gonna call me. You know, clearly when we run for office, you see yourself going to that seat. But it wasn't that seat, right? At least not at that time, right? But I've learned a lot about how the sausage is made, which is why you hit it, right? Because for all of the reactions, there's a concentrated effort on both sides that are for and against your existence in any seat. So for any elected official, right? But once we start to really do the work, particularly when it comes to Black regions, something always happens with those meetings. Always. Good and bad. Where it's a continuum of suppression and oppression and depression that, you know, we don't have breakthroughs. And when we have breakthroughs, it looks like gentrification. Right? So I have yet to see in the past 60 years where we can keep the momentum with exceptional.
I just want to say she did all this talking and she didn't give any advice to Lil Stank about how to conduct herself. Hey, Susie Q. I think that's 215 in the building. Yeah, hey. How to conduct herself. What she needed to brush up on. This was the perfect opportunity for her to impart some wisdom, to be honest. None of that occurred. And I'm actually going to fast forward through this because they don't talk about anything but her because Kamal doesn't let them.
But it's good though. I love the fact that youth are getting involved. You know what I'm saying? But I hate that they turn them off with all the negativity. That's why a lot of people don't want to run.
Nobody turning the youth off but you, Tiffany.
I want you to listen to this because I'm female.
Let me make sure. Because we got the behind the scenes.
Yeah, I did that a lot. Like when I do it again.
She tells her no, she wouldn't do it again.
I was 4. It's a long time, man.
want you to listen to this because I'm female.
So they had to sit here in silence because Kamal was watching and told them that they couldn't talk while, he was filming on Facebook for whatever reason. I don't know what conversation was being had that he didn't like. And so they're waiting for the commercial break to end. These were some long commercial breaks. I don't even know how we ended up sitting through all of that stuff. All right. So now we can take this down and we can go back here.
We're the taco chicken.
And so we're going to go back. Let's see.
Factor here in Chicago. Part of that.
They help us with our homework, things of that
important. Or is the bigger picture, the supervisor picture,
to make meals. So I did hamburger help.
Important. Or is the bigger picture
just all older people, no youth, nobody that can actually be our voice and understand what we want? I ran for office. Now, don't get me wrong, that kicked me off for you and the people elected me by landslide.
East 56th place.
All right, let's fast forward through these commercials. That way we don't.
Why.com. Check
or get them facts or get them proof or get them documentation. They don't even put it up. And then I have to create my own platform and put it up on there to show people the truth. And that's where my base come from. When I do speak truth, I show them evidence.
Hold on. She ain't showed us no evidence, but let me go back because I think that Cleopatra said something before this.
Studio with the super mayor, Tiffany Henyard, and we are building up to the momentum of these headlines. Like, I got to talk about this because I think that has what has driven this hate campaign. Not to mention, let's be clear, as an elected, I'm sure you've experienced meeting folks that just don't like you.
Yes.
No matter what you've done, what you've given, what you've experienced, what you've said, what they can't forget, what they can't forgive, they don't like you. But these headlines don't make it better. Correct. So I'm going to read a few of them. America's.
First of all, she said these headlines don't make it better. You know what I wrote down? So the headlines aren't supposed to include the truth. She's going to read these headlines. Hey, Monica. She's going to read these headlines and act like these headlines are not supposed to include the truth. She wants us to forget and forgive. Well, guess what? You only get one. You want me to forget or you want me to forgive you? Because I can't do both. Maybe, I have to leave that stuff up to God. And I'm not even sure that God does both. But why should the headlines not include the truth? So you can't have headlines that include the truth. I'm confused. She said she's going to read some of these headlines, so you guys listen.
Worst mayor, facing evictions, not paying rent, your charity, the conflicts of interest, your relationship, the deficit in Thornton, the cars being repossessed in Dalton. I mean, hit after hit after hit, to the point where not only do people want to know who is this girl, where is Dalton, what's up with Thornton, what they gonna do about it. I mean, it gets lost in a translation. What do you say to these headlines?
Well, all lies. I think that someone bigger is behind it all, paying for all the negative media, because every time I send in a clip or get them facts or get them proof or get them documentation, they don't even put it up. And then I have to create my own platform.
Okay, this had me confusion. Do y'all hear that? So all of that stuff is lies. So we can't go to the Illinois court website and pull up all the cases against you like they put in the media. So it's all lies. It's all lies. So when we go and look on the court website and your name is listed 34 times, that's a lie. I this is really baffling me. Okay, this is what she just said. She said when she send them something, right? So that means when you send them something and they research it, they must have found out that it wasn't true, so they couldn't put it out to the public. Hmm. If you giving them something and they don't put it out, that must mean that when they did their research, it was not true. So who putting out the lies, Lil Stank? Just a question is an observation that I had. Just a question. Okay, let's go.
And put it up on there to show people the truth. And that's where my base come from. When I do speak truth, I show them evidence and then we go from there. But it's sad and heartbreaking because how people talk about people's personal life. What I got to do with where I sit, government. I'm in government, not personal. And then it's all lies. Like I go to one. They said I'm being evicted, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't rent from her. But yet that's the story everybody put. I'm not her tenant. I'm not on no lease. But yet y'all keep putting that out there.
Okay, so I'm gonna need for the electoral board of Cook County to come in and let us know what address is correct, because there is a lease out there with the mayor name on it. There's also you say you live at your mom's house, but then you sign this lease over there but you don't live over there. So you ask the woman not to put the utilities in your name, but you sign the lease, but you don't live over there. So where do you live, Lil Stank? You gonna sign a lease and don't live there? You live at your mom's house. How long you been living there, Lil Stank? You got any bills at your mom's house? Because we watched the electoral board today, and they was asking for Napoleon's ComEd bill. So you got a ComEd bill in your name? Because I feel like you're gonna need one of those. Anybody on the electoral board for Cook County, if you listening to this, where do Lil Stank live? And if you notice that clean house slate, they have integrity. They gonna let you run whatever race you running against them because they know they gonna win. So ain't no need to impede you from being able to run because they know you're not gonna win. But I need to know where you live at, Little Stanker Booty, because you signed a lease at a house you don't stay at. This is what you said. This is what you said. So you say you live with your mom. I'm feeling confusion about what address you actually live at, and that's a point of order for me. But okay. Tiffany, yeah, she used her mom as a legal address, right? Cool. But we just saw today they're questioning Napoleon's residency. They were questioning his residency and asking for all types of documents from the said residences. They was asking for a ComEd bill, a cable bill, a Ford card, all kinds of stuff. Okay, okay. Listen to what she further says about Miss Hall.
So why would somebody do that? Because I wanted to save this question personally, and she looking me dead in the eyes, y'all. So I want to be clear of how intimate this exclusive is. Why would somebody go that far to besmudge you and you're not their tenant?
Because she's paid. Everyone's paid. Everyone's behind everything.
So, Lil Stanker Booty, somebody paid Miss Hull to go file some papers in a court of law. Okay, and she gonna file the papers and say to try to evict you. So what you're trying to say is that this woman is committing perjury in the court, or who is committing the perjury in the court of law? But who paid her is what I want to know. I'm going to need you to start naming names because all of this is getting confusing. If you just put some names on this little stinker booty, we won't be having this confusion. I need to know who paid her to get herself wrapped up in a court case where she could end up potentially behind bars if she's perjuring herself. I'm asking. Okay, I'm asking. Do anybody else have these? Sharon, if she did he would say, and the lie detector determined that was a lie. That's what would happen. Time after time after time. Okay? Yeah, if she was paid, why would she be losing her home? I'm so confused. Okay? I need to know, why would this woman be paid to file a false lawsuit or eviction at the risk of getting arrested for perjury and being prosecuted? Little stink booty, this is not making sense. But if you just give us the name of the person who paid her, this will clear that right up. Let me see if you're going to do that. And I want to know why the interviewer keeps saying this is an exclusive. Okay. No? All right.
And it will be exposed. So people be wanting me to talk premature, right? So of course, you know what lawyers tell you. Now, I don't talk about this. Don't focus on that. I only gave you a little bit of it, but that's the truth.
Understand.
And that's why I'm okay with saying it, even though the lawyer get me later for it. He'll deal with it. But it's just a problem because why?
She just said the lawyer gonna get her later for it and he'll deal with it. That right there should tell you all she don't listen to the lawyers. So for anybody that keeps saying, why don't y'all help her? For the lady that called in, LaDonna, if you're listening to this broadcast, this is why nobody will help her, because she don't listen. Did you just hear her? She just admitted it. I hope that clears that up for you, LaDonna. And James Dix, easily. That's insane, okay? Anywho, let's keep going.
You guys can't beat me that you got to go that far. That's beyond reason. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
Like, if you're going to fight me at the polls. Bring the people out. But you got to make the people not like me and do character assassination. I'm not with that. Because I put in the work. I paid my dues. When I say paid my dues, I mean did the work. My work speaks for itself. And no one can outwork me or outbeat me. So the only way they can try to beat me is by telling the people I did this, I'm doing that. Come on now, really? No, all false, all negative. And that's why you see me in the public. Think about it. People really guilty or really bad. What they do? Run. You don't see them no more. They out of the headlines, right? They don't go to meetings. They not in the public. They not at doors.
You know, folks were saying, well, good luck. I don't think she gonna come. She gonna stand you up. I said, you know, she's not running. You know, and I
she's not running. Why would she need to run from a crafted interview? That's what I wrote on my paper. Why would she need to run from a crafted interview? No need for that. This the easiest interview she ever had.
And I received that about you. And it's a build up to, you know, the charity, right? The this, the that. And it's been dissolved since then, correct? Your charity? Is it dissolved?
I personally don't even have a charity. Okay. Never did. But
okay. Super producer investigates. She said she never had a charity. Y'all heard her, right? Y'all heard her. She said she never had a charity. Super producer investigates. Lil Stinker Booty. If you never had a charity, I'm gonna need you to explain this.
In September of this year, I founded the Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation, a non-for-profit organization whose mission is to find meaningful relief for people dealing with all types of cancer. Our goal is to provide resources and services for cancer patients as they fight for their lives, whether it's wigs, prosthetics, or treatments, reduction of prescription drugs for options, support groups, or utility and rental assistance. That is our focus.
She just said she didn't have a charity. Was that little Stank testifying? Saying she had a charity? Let me know. Maybe it was somebody else. Y'all let me know. LaDonna, she works at the radio station. She was, I don't know if what she was saying was a plant, but she works at the radio station. If you check the page, the WVON page, you will see her flyer on there. She has a show. Okay, Monica. Double G, hi. I know Cleopatra don't believe this mess. I believe she knows Lil Stank well enough to know she's lying, but Clea Snatcher has been found to be a liar. Okay, child. Did y'all just see that video? She said she didn't have a charity. Was this Lil Stank testifying and admitting that she had a charity and what it was supposed to do? Okay. Anyway.
I get tired of everything because some people name something after me. Okay. But what does it have to do with me? Think about it. That's so minute. It's bigger than that. My mom had breast cancer. Like, I don't play with stuff like that. When I was a trustee, people really go back and do the history and research, because people don't research no more. They just, you say something bad about me, they just play it. And then I got to dispel what you said. That don't make no sense to me. And that's why I call it fake news. So my mom had cancer. And then in 2013, I did a cancer walk every single year. Didn't miss a beat. But they ain't talking about that though, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want people to talk about facts and not fiction.
And I want to talk about facts, right? Like, so ultimately, we know where you stand and rooted in the charity. And then when we talk about just, you know, like the headlines, undeniably, this Vegas trip has overshadowed a lot of your administration and your ability to lead. And some of the accusations are horrible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is tied to your leadership. What do you have to say in regards to the desire for folks to know more about what had happened in Vegas, right? What do you say to that?
I say people should give people the opportunity to be heard and not just judge off of one-sided narratives. I think that in due time, everybody will speak to whatever their part is. Everybody got to understand, just because somebody not speaking don't mean they're guilty or something wrong. Like I just told you, when you get legal counsel, they tell you you cannot talk about certain things. Like, for instance, we're still in court.
Mm-hmm.
People are suing for money. So that's your answer.
Okay. You all heard it here. And last but not least, as we continue to magnify the constant narrative that's up against you, why not stand down? Why run again for re-election?
Because the people put me in there and the people going to keep me in. That's it. That's all. At the end of the day, through all the controversy and all the mess, I still produce for my community. I still continue to do the work. With all the hate and people calling me out my name and being disrespectful, coming to my mom's house, coming to my house, I still show up. Everybody tell me I would have ran. I would have quit. I would not still be in this, Tiffany. But yet here I am. Somebody got to do it. And unfortunately, God chose me to lead the people.
Okay. First of all, I have a problem with that. She said God chose her to lead the people. Tiffany, this little stank of booty. This is what I gotta say to you about that. Many people have been chosen, but few have been called. Did nobody call you?
And that's what I'm going to do. I follow his steps, nobody else's. Because at the end of the day, it's just me and him. Nobody else.
And that's fair. I receive that. And when we talk about, us learning that this is not your first rodeo under that recall, my response to people when I do utter your name is it goes back to the recall, right? And I say to folks, and I said this to you, and we talked about this, if you all didn't like it, why didn't you do something about it, right? Not only did you send her back, she's there, right? So for those that are organizing against you, we're going to talk about that on the other side because there's an internal conflict, right? And the opposition that was born under your administration since you're in.
Now, I did not like this part. Did you see that? We're going to talk about, she said, we're going to talk about the opposition. Ma'am, it's no way you should be disrespecting the trustees by calling them opposition. In no way, shape, or form have you read anywhere where they are the opposition. They are the board of trustees that she was elected to work with to push the town forward. Make it make sense to me how you should be sitting there as the interviewer and the non-biased instrument to call the board of trustees at the Village of Dalton the opposition. How? I've never seen Lester Holt, Walter Cronkite, Gayle King, Oprah Winfrey. I've never seen any of those interviewers call somebody the ops. I've never seen that. Hey, Latasha, how you doing? Good morning to you. I've never seen that at all. Okay. Yeah. I didn't like that. I thought that was very disrespectful to do when you don't know these people at all, firsthand or otherwise. You shouldn't be calling them that. That right there sent me to a place.
Exception. Because House is no stranger to you and nor are you him. But ultimately, you are rooted in the work. And you said until the people say it's finished, it is so. Is that what you're saying?
Amen.
All right. Well, we receive it. You are listening to the
No, you
Superman.
receive it. I
She's
ain't
giving us
receiving
an
it.
exclusive right here.
Why does she keep saying she's giving us an exclusive? Because we actually haven't heard anything since the whole start of this interview. We actually haven't heard anything. We haven't gotten any answers. We haven't gotten any receipts. The only thing we did hear was what that township seat do, allegedly. That's the only thing we did get figured out. Okay? Hey, Jose Morales, it's done. We got 32 more days. Okay, so now they went to a break. This is what happened on the break.
So Bert volunteered himself. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. Good.
So this is where, this is my favorite part. This is where you see her looking up like this. She is looking at all of the comments that we are making on Facebook about this horrible interview. I want you to see my face. Me and Black Pearl and everybody, right, were in those comments wearing Lil Stank out. We was wearing her out. There, what you're going to see on this behind the scenes is they're going to be talking about the comments. Cleopatra is going to make some derogatory comments that I didn't like. So is Lil Stank, but we used to that from her. Watch it. Listen.
What Karen talking about?
Okay, yeah.
I mean, that's payroll. What she talking about? Look. Karen.
She just asked Lil Stank what Karen, and I think it was Karen Johnson, is talking about.
Think about that. How? You know what I'm saying? That makes no sense.
Sorry.
Sorry, y'all. This other clown right here too. No.
She calls, she said, this is a clown right here. And she points to the screen. She's talking about Lady Roberts, Mrs. Roberts. She calls her a clown. You don't ever call any of your residents a name. The Roberts live in the township, so she's under the supervisor. You shouldn't do that. Now listen, this is the proof that she was talking about Miss Roberts. Look.
Don't be all drama, because they all drama filled. They got no life. Thank y'all. Hey guys, I see y'all on my live. I appreciate it. Thank you for being a fan. I understand it. You gotta follow my every move, my life. I appreciate it. But this is our truth, and I just want y'all to know what it is. And special ed, you too. You at them butt naked pods at Melody Fitness with Lollipop. When you and Muhammad had the Melody Fitness, like everybody know what it is. Everybody knows the dirt. Everybody knows the mess. And it just amazes me how everybody in play, everybody is involved. And that's what I'm going to expose.
Lil Stank, who is everybody? Who is everybody is involved? Who is everybody? Name them.
It's amazing how people.
So I'm gonna take Anna's statement. This host is a joke. Hard questions.
Did you hear her? She read the comment. I don't even remember who made that comment. They said this host is a joke. And then they said, where's the hard questions? I remember Miss Thelma made that comment. I don't remember who made that first comment, but boy, I laughed so hard.
I mean, I think you know
Oh, wow. Like this person right here, I got a restraining order. Stop the hell out of him. I'm telling you, like,
look, this is for you. Nah, I want to start a fight.
She said, this person right here, I got a restraining order against stalking me in the window of Hooters. Lies.
And we are back. The time is 10.
All right, so that was that break. Let's go back. Y'all, I'm telling you, it takes
Heart-to-heart conversation about some real press.
It takes a lot of work to get these videos to line up, but I did it. It took some work, but I did it. Okay. Let's see.
Saying negative headlines. I've yet to see a positive one, but we're going to create that here at WVON, just with her speaking her truth. I think that's important for us to discuss, because when we come back, there's been some things said.
Was she speaking her truth, or was she speaking the truth that you told her to speak? Because you actually never let her answer any of the questions.
Right. And I think when I look at some of the missteps, I think it's been in moments of heated opportunities that I want you to talk to about things that you would have done differently, because you're human. So stay with us. We'll be back after this break.
Okay, so now we gonna go past this break because we heard what they was talking about during this break. We just heard it. Oh,
Time is 10:08. You are listening to the Midday Show. I am the new host, Cleopatra Draper. Live in the studio is none other than the Superman. And she woke up flawless. Because if she ain't gonna say it, she feel that way.
Amen.
If you know her and you follow her, you know what time that energy is.
Yes.
And I wanted to play that clip because as women, there is not a moment in any of those statements that we can't identify to in terms of what little girls are expected of is almost equivalent to what men expect of women, especially women in leadership.
Yes.
Right. And you've talked time and time again about fighting the good old boy club. Talk to us because she ain't know, I do my homework. You gonna learn today. Like besides the headlines, you got to know what's fact.
Yes.
What is the good old boy club in your world?
In my world, it is made up of all men, unfortunately. We as women are not welcome in their circle. So they oust us and then they start attacking us. The same attacks you see happening to me is happening to Henyard in Calumet City, Monet in Calumet City. It's attack on women. Nobody wants a woman to lead in any area. And I have a problem with that. I don't like chauvinist men that just tell us this is what we got to do when we can go toe to toe with whatever position we choose to accomplish at that time. But nobody wants to see us in it. So I have been going against that status quo for quite some time because you got to understand all my cities are ran by men except one. That's Lansing and myself. But all 17 cities, majority men, and most men are really upset that I have two positions when most of them have.
okay. So let's look at this. Let me ask these questions. I have some questions. Thank you, Babe Solo, for the super chat, and Tina Williams. Welcome to the conversation. Thank you for joining us. Okay. I can't believe you can't believe she's saying it. Are you serious? Okay, yeah, I can believe it. But listen, these are the thoughts, some of the thoughts that I had. So she made a question, she made a comment about leadership. And she said she had to tell them that she the leader. Well, guess what? If you find yourself having to tell people that you're the leader, then you weren't meant to lead. Because most leaders never say, I'm the leader. People just follow them because they are the leader. Okay? That's why. That's the first thing. So you was not meant to be a leader if you have to keep saying I'm the leader. Okay? And I wanted to know what homework did Clea Snatcher do? Because she didn't look up anything. We had to do that. And then she said it was an attack on women. Okay? Is an attack on women or is it an attack on your work and your accountability? She names two other women, Naota Figs and Monet from Calumet City. Now, you just had a nerve to compare an orange and a pear to you, and you a squash. They fight nowhere near whatever they're going through, because I haven't looked up anything that they're going through. But yeah, they can make sense to me. I want to know. And then I want you to name these men. Most men that are upset that you're in this seat, I want you to name them. Okay, I want you to name those men that are upset that you're in that seat, because until you started going off track, everybody had high hopes for you. So, okay, you're welcome, succeeding. Yes, you'll see me. No problem. Yeah, just name them. Start naming these people. Because I don't think anybody, was worried about you. But anyway.
2 positions or 3 positions.
Correct.
And the news not talking about that. It's just that I, meaning the woman, cannot have two positions. And I think I've done a damn good job of keeping both positions on the right track. And that's what they don't talk about. All my accolades.
I want you to explain these tracks after this Lori Lightfoot. I really wanted her to ask you about the first Lori Lightfoot report where it was told that there was a $6 million deficit so far, and those were just tentative numbers. So I just wanted her to ask you those questions, but they never came. You said some accolades. I want you to name the accolades. Name the accolades and show us with receipts the most recent surpluses. Because you started out with a surplus of 9 million. It went from 9 million to 8 million. It went from 8 million to 6 million. And it went from 6 million. Now we down to 2 million. So, I mean, we know that math is not your thing, little stanky booty. But I'm still, just show us the receipts because you said you had them. So I want you to show them to us.
That I've done in both communities, all the surpluses that I have, they don't talk about any of those things. And that's the stuff that I really want people to hear.
So surplus is where it's at. So let's talk about that, because when you inherited Thornton Township, it was a deficit.
Yes, $4.6 million.
Oh, she said that with her chest, y'all. And where are we now in that surplus?
We had $9 million surplus.
Under your leadership?
Under my leadership.
I haven't seen that headline.
Yeah, you're not. And that's what I'm saying, because they got to make me look bad. They don't say none of this. We gave them all the evidence. We gave them all the audits.
So we got to make you look bad. Because I guarantee you, if there was a $9 million surplus, that would have been a headline. With all of these things that you've done previous to that, that would have been a huge headline. I promise you that. I promise you, little stanker booty. And what receipts? Because who was in a deficit?
They can go on Cook County website. The rest is can go look it up. These are facts. These are things that has been checked.
They facts that the news won't even report. That's what you're telling me. These are facts that the news won't even report. I mean, you giving out some real exclusives up here on this station. Because you talk about facts that the news won't even report. And Gifted Hands, hello, how are you? It was specifics. There were no specifics provided in this interview. Exactly. Latasha, I can't help myself. What audit? Tina P, the audit that the CPA firm couldn't endorse, or they entered a no whatever type of plea, but they didn't endorse it. That one. But super producer, I showed you what came from TT website. Financial highlights of 2022 when Tiffany came in. No deficit, child. We all know that. She the one can't read numbers. We all know that. Okay? We all know that. Okay? And that's why the comptroller stopped the payments to the village, because Tiffany was so transparent and because they had surplus. Okay, child. Hey, lady. Okay. I mean, millions of times succeeding. I thought you was going to bed. Millions of times. I love it when you guys can't leave. But okay, anyway, we're moving on.
And it's true. Even without grants and things of that nature, I still have a surplus.
Village of Dalton. There's a deficit.
Correct.
You've talked about that openly in the meeting. Where did that deficit come from?
So, we owe the city of Chicago like 13 million or so when I first got in office. So why do people think that just disappeared? Where did that go?
And what was the
question? Point of order. Point of order. In the Lori Lightfoot report, nowhere did she mention that this $6 million deficit was due to a water bill that Dalton owes to the city of Chicago. Somebody get in these comments and tell me if I'm wrong about this Lori Lightfoot report. She said she gave the audits. The state revoked the tax money because she didn't file taxes. She didn't file the audits for sure. Every time she speaks, she starts off with historical back. Girl, I'm screaming. That's how much she spent in the ice rink con. Okay. Y'all let me know. We watched the Lori Life report. We had the PDF is over there in Dalton Politics. You can go over there and look at it. Where in that report, or you can go to the video on the Dalton Trustees website, where in that report did Lori Lightfoot say that the $6 million deficit was due to Dalton owing the city of Chicago for a water bill? Let me know. It went to your mismanagement of funds. Nobody believes you. Okay. I asked, who watched the Lord Lightfoot report? Was that in there and I missed it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Prima Donna. Thank you. Nowhere was that. So we getting fake news, but this woman that's interviewing says that this is an exclusive fake news is what we getting. Okay. Well, let's continue. Okay.
Deficit for, I'm assuming water.
Yeah, water.
Mm-hmm.
City of Chicago.
Yeah, because Harvey underwater too, right?
Yes.
I ain't gonna talk. Mayor Clark, don't you call me? But listen, the water services for our surrounding townships, it does come at a price. And what way did you contribute to the deficit is where people, I think, get things entangled because of the headlines, right?
Correct.
So of that, in what ways were there mismanagement under your leadership when it came to eating at that bill, if any?
So there was no mismanagement. I know everybody want a person to blame. If you're going to blame someone, then you blame the board, the trustees. Because what people don't understand is how leadership in government works. I am the executive branch. I'm the head. They are the legislature.
Okay, first of all, you want us to blame the trustees, and the only thing they do is pay the bills that are made. Trustees do not make warrant lists. They really don't have anything to do with the day-to-day business. That would be you and your administration. The trustees are literally tasked with getting a warrant list, looking over the warrant list, making sure that the things that are on the warrant list are things that were needed for the village, and making sure that the numbers look correct, and then voting to pay the warrant list. So they actually haven't created any type of bills. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on, then she says that she is the executive branch of what? Because this is not Congress. You are not the executive branch. You are you are actually a figurehead in this particular government, because you are the facilitator and the administrator of people, really, and things. And you are supposed to be bringing back money to your village for your board to vote on, to disperse on things that would help the village. You can bring back ideas, you can bring back businesses, you can bring back money. This lady had a challenging upbringing. She's sickening with this stuff, actually believes. Okay. Okay, so you are actually supposed to be working in conjunction with the board that has the power. Okay, because on this particular board, we're talking about the village of Dalton, you do not have a vote. Things are voted on. You don't have a vote. Okay, yeah, this part, Justin, not the president, not the CEO, none of those things. None of those things. You actually, if I could say, are the glorified spokesperson for the board. Okay? For me, you should be the mouthpiece to let the residents know what the board decided. Because you don't have a vote, you don't get a vote. You are actually supposed to be working for the people. You're supposed to be going out, bringing businesses to Dalton. You're supposed to be going out to Springfield, bringing back grants and money for the village so that they can do things like cut down trees, repair sidewalks, fix the infrastructure of the piping, money for the firefighters, for the police department, so that they can flush out these fire hydrants and like I mean, there's so many things that you're supposed to be doing. Acting like you are telling these people, what they should be doing is crazy. Because that's absolutely not your job. But okay.
Legislative branch. The legislative branch is over the money. So if they over the money, why everybody keep saying Tiffany did it? Tiffany didn't do shit. And I'm sorry for cussing on your show because I'm just pissed off.
Now that part she got correct. Tiffany hasn't done that, what she said. She ain't did that. That's for sure. Absolutely and positively, I approve that statement. That you haven't done anything. Right. Okay. I agree with that. But I succeeded again.
Everybody want me to be the fall person, the person behind that thing. The person, Jason is corrupt as they come. But no one's pointing none of that out because he's a man.
Where are the receipts on Mr. House? If he corrupt, where's the receipts? You don't have none of those. You ain't sure none of those. So I would like for you to refrain talking about anyone on the Clean House 2025 ticket, because I just would like for you to refrain from doing that if you don't have any receipts about what you're talking about. Period.
I'm sick of it. I'm tired of taking the blame for all their mismanagement, all their negativity, all their hate, all their theft. And that's what y'all gonna hear me talk to coming up. Because everybody wanna go get all these people. Like, y'all need to come get Larry Lightfoot from over my city. Y'all need to bring her back over here. Y'all.
Did she just call that lady Larry Lightfoot? So disrespectful. So disrespectful. Okay, so disrespectful. Ambassador Barnes, good morning to you now. Okay, so disrespectful to call the former mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot, out of her name. Makes no sense to me, but you're up here talking about people slinging mud on you. Crazy work.
Going to get people that's under investigation that y'all had a problem with to come after me. Like,
so
stop.
Pause.
First of all, Lori Lightfoot is not under investigation of what? Okay. The receipts are coming, gift to hands. They've been coming for the better part of 3.5 years now. So I don't even know. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know why she keeps saying that.
You are unearthing some real. So
Not you unearthing some real. I'm sorry I had to talk over her because that just took me out. Not you unearthing some real.
Go back to the fundamentals of how government works, because this is this is what we talk about when we're referring to civics, of how you all function as a body. So as the executor or the president of the board, the body, as you're saying, the trustees are who legislate. They create the policies,
correct,
and the resolutions that are fed up to you based upon an.
They create the policies and the legislation. Did you hear that? So tell us, little Stank, why do you get upset when they make ordinances about dog fines? Why are you upset when they make ordinances about budget limits? Why are you upset when they make ordinances about business licenses and things of that nature. So why do you get unhinged at the meetings when they're actually doing their job? Can you speak to that, little Stank? No? Okay.
Agreement. And it's a 4-person board, right?
No, it's six. It's six, but majority is 4, and that's how they're running down.
That's what I'm right. So I'm doing my count, because if you got a board and you can't count, you ain't won. So I didn't jump the gun, right? So it's a 6-board body.
Yes.
Majority rules were 4. Right now you're split, right? So in your current body, right? And we're going to talk about that because
how are you split when the majority, you just said it's a 6-board body, the majority is 4, Lil Stank only have 2 votes. So how's that split? How's that a split? That is not a split. It's a 6-board body. 4 is the majority. Lil Stank only have 2 votes on that. Okay. Whew. Lord
you
have
have
mercy.
a special vote coming up in terms of making sure that they install somebody to help weigh the legislation so that you can get something done.
Right, but that's township.
That's
right?
township.
Dalton is what you're talking about now.
Right,
yeah.
Dalton, right? So that's township business. But Dalton, when we think about Dalton, just from a legislative standpoint, the cabal, right? So there's been some filibustering. I'm gonna use this political language. There's been some filibustering.
She said there's been, oh my gosh.
Am I gonna make?
Hold on, let me find it.
River Fire Department.
Hold on.
You're talking about that though, right?
Administration since your inception, because your name is, it goes back to the recall, right? And I say to folks,
hold on,
in Calumet City, Monet,
River Fire Department. There was so many commercial breaks.
And it is tied to your leadership. What do you have to say in regards to the desire for folks to know more about what had happened in Vegas, right?
Of I still produce for my community of once
movement.
13 million or so when I first got in office. 13 million or so.
Hold on. The lady said that there was some filibustering. I wanna read to you the definition of filibustering, because this right here, hold on, took me out because I looked it up. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Let's look up filibustering. Lord have mercy. Let me show y'all the definition of filibustering. Filibustering: an action such as a prolonged speech that obstructs progress in a legislative assembly while not technically contravening the required procedures. A person engaging in unauthorized warfare against a foreign country. Act in an obstructive manner in a legislature, especially by speaking at an inordinate length. Who is the only person that takes that mic and starts talking about nothing? Who does that? Definitely nobody on that. None of the trustees do. Lil Stankaboody is the only one doing the filibustering. So I am totally confused about when she says that. There's been some filibustering going on. No, and the reason there hasn't been any filibustering going on.
Just for the record,
Lil Stankaboody is the only one doing filibustering. The only one. She talks and talks and talks and don't be talking about nothing. Reprimanding people like they children.
got in office.
Yeah.
So why do people think that just
Hold on.
Time is 10:08.
Okay, we did that.
The goal was to technically you look ineffective, but you look real strong to me.
Not strong. They both
over
can't
my
talk.
seat? Y'all need to bring her back over here. Y'all going to get people that's under investigation that y'all had a problem with to come after me. Like,
So
stop.
pause. You are unearthing some real. So, let's go back to the fundamentals of how government works, because this is
Just told y'all about the filibustering.
Trying to run against me now have stopped me. I don't have a village attorney.
correct.
I don't
Okay.
have a police.
Let's talk about these. She said, now this is what we getting ready to debunk here. She said she don't have a let me let it finish playing and then we'll get into
Police chief.
Correct.
I don't have a fire chief, and I don't have a village administrator. All these things, or an assistant. As a mayor, all that come with my seat.
Okay, let's debunk this right quick. What golfer say? Then tells everybody else they out of order. Okay, that part. Okay. Let's debunk what she just said. She said she don't have a village attorney. She said she don't have a police chief. She said she don't have a fire chief. She said she don't have a village administrator. She said she don't have an assistant. Here we go. Village attorney. Let's talk about the village attorney. You had a village attorney. It was the Delgado law firm. He quit because the board refused to pay him because he wasn't working for the village. He was working for you. Then you turned around and illegally hired 2 attorneys, and let's talk about them. One of them owns a car dealership, and the other one's license was suspended. You tried to circumvent the attorney process. So let's talk about the attorney process. For all of you that don't know, that are just tuning in to this saga, this is how a village attorney is supposed to be hired. Little Stinkabooty or whoever the lawyer is that they want to hire has to turn in a resume, a background check before the meeting. But catch this. First, it has to be put on the agenda. It's put on the agenda as a discussion item. Village attorney. At this meeting, once it's put on the agenda, it is discussed, right? At that point, they are supposed to already have the attorney that she wants to appoint, resume, and background check. At the next meeting is when they actually vote, and that means the board has to vote if they want to have this attorney as the village attorney. After they have been able to look over the resume, do their own personal research, check the background check, then there's a vote that is called. So that's how it works, Lil Stank. If you're listening to this, that's how it's supposed to work. You put it on the agenda. You have the person that you want to appoint send their resume and their background check to all of the board members so that they can read, research, and then render a decision. Lord have mercy. Okay, so that's what happened with your attorneys. And then they go into closed session. So before they vote at the second meeting, when they put it on the agenda for the vote, they go into closed session and they have an interview with the attorney. That way, the board members can ask the attorneys whatever questions they want. They can do the interview in an open setting if they like, but it's mainly done in closed session because they might be talking about personal things that they don't want, the public to know. Personal information that they don't want the public to know. And then they're voted on. Let's talk about the police chief. Your police chief was fired because he got disqualified because he was indicted on bankruptcy fraud charges. Then you tried to appoint a police chief that wasn't even certified. Okay, you make that make sense, little stanky booty. That's why you don't have a police chief. That's why. Okay. You actually got your appointment for 30 days, but then after that, you didn't have anybody else to put in the seat because I don't know why, but okay. Let's talk about the fire chief. The fire chief stepped down, I believe, allegedly, because of your treatment and disrespect of the firefighters by not giving them their contract. And he doesn't agree with your administration. Allegedly. That's why you don't have a fire chief right now. Let's talk about the village administrator. You have a village administrator. His name is Keith Freeman. He's actually still employed with the village. Why is he still employed? Because he's covered under the Whistleblower Act. So I don't know why you're claiming you don't have a village administrator, because there is a village administrator. And an assistant, a village assistant, is not a position. It's not a position within Dalton Township, Dalton Village, the village of Dalton administration. That's not a position. So, okay. Just wanted to clear those few things up. Everybody got that? Everybody up to speed? We understand why we have no attorney, why we have no police chief, why we have no fire chief, why we have a village administrator, and why we don't have an assistant. Okay, all of that is debunked. Let's go.
Why don't I have those things, residents? If we gonna talk about facts, let's talk about facts. The people that's been running government.
We just talked about the facts, little stank of booty, but you go ahead.
For Dalton has been the board of trustees. We've always been in court because they sue for every little thing. We get tied up in court. You know how I go. Kick the can down the road. Okay, get them time to a response. And then now you month after month after month in court. But all these things I sued for. We did. It's called a civil conspiracy. What they little bum.
Hold on. Stray, Bo Brindley is a criminal attorney. He's not a municipal attorney. And Dub Science, I see you acting up in these comments. Dub Science is extremely funny. I love him so much.
Attorney, they always want some news play. That's who's they puppet master. So all these things are going on in my city, but I'm the only one fighting back. Just because there's majority against me don't mean I'm wrong. I'm the one right. Just like how y'all did Jesus Christ, right?
So you mean to tell me if there's a 4-2 vote, that doesn't mean that whatever it is passes or fails based on it's a majority vote of 4? That's not how that works, little stank of booty. That's what you telling me? Okay.
He's the only one been saving y'all life and y'all crucified at me. I'm going through the same thing.
So let's talk about that, because no pun intended. You claiming that you've been a piñata, right?
Yes.
Ain't no candy coming out, y'all. So stop beating on her. Listen.
Ain't no candy coming out because we don't trust her to go get any candy. Not even penny candy.
At the end of the day, the cabal is in and you haven't been effective, which is probably was the goal, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna assume the latter. The goal was to technically you look ineffective, but you look real strong to me,
Mm-hmm.
right? You look like you're still holding it down
Always.
Despite the lack of people put in play. If you really cared about Dalton, you at least have people in play to make it effective. Whether they agree with your politics or what you have to say, there are some missing attributes to have the ship run afloat.
Correct.
Did I get that right?
You did.
Okay.
Down.
So, ultimately, again, I ask you, why not quit? At this point, have they not done enough to break you?
No, they'll never break me. You can't break my soul. Never. We gonna fight to the very end, period. Because
So y'all heard it. She said it's gonna be a fight to the end. So don't get weary in well doing, because she already told us it's gonna be a fight. So we ready. We already winning. She been taking L's all week, left and right, up and down, day and night. Okay?
I didn't come to play. I come to slay. And when I slay, I'm going to expose all of them for their dirty deeds. That's the difference. I'm outspoken. They want me to shut up. I will not. Because at the end of the day, somebody got to tell it. Somebody got to show it. But the people got to want it. The people can't get caught up in this clickbait, drama, reality show, whatever they trying to create. Because they create the fire and point the finger. That's what they're doing. But it's them with.
Do y'all see that little Stank Booty is auditioning for a Tubi movie or something? She loves the drama. She loves the attention. Look at her.
The hen in the cookie jar. And I'm exposing it. And everybody got a problem with it. Even the lawyer, all of them. They all involved. The civil conspiracy lawsuit I put out, it got all of them in there. The lawyer's number one because they funnel all the money to him. Think about it. I don't have no lawyers, but y'all still want to pay y'all lawyer. I'm the one that appoints. Anybody understand government? The mayor is the one that appoints the attorneys. But yet that attorney going to sign up on all our cases. I didn't give that to him. We was in court and we had to make him get off a case through the judge. The judge say, hold on, Odison, you're not appointed by the mayor. And removed him off the case. But this is what I'm dealing with. But no one's telling that.
And we're going to talk about it because I found it interesting. So listen, guys, we're going to take a quick break. We talk about Bert Olderson, right? He was in the documentary that we were talking about between the show.
Mm-hmm.
It was a documentary created about this young woman that she's not even a part of. Where they do that at? Only on NBC.
Yep.
But listen, guys, when you talk.
Now, that was unprofessional of her. Do you see how she took a shot at Regina Waldrop, talking about only on NBC? Then she talked about Bert Olderson. Little tea for y'all. I know some people went to bed. I'm sorry. I hope y'all watched the replay. But little tea for y'all. She just took a shot at Bert Olderson. Clea Snatcher did. She absolutely used that law firm for her objection to Anthony Beale. Make it make sense to me.
Talk about that attorney. He's not just a attorney.
Mm-hmm.
He's been around just as long as your predecessor. So when we come back, we're going to continue this conversation with the super mayor, Tiffany Henyard, also known as the mayor of Dalton. And the phone lines are open. So I see you all. There's not a line available. I see you all on Facebook. Stay with us. We'll be back after this break.
I can't believe that this woman talked about Bert Olderson or tried to throw some shade. And she absolutely used Bert Olderson, McGrath, and Stirk for her objection against Anthony Beale. I said what I said. I have proof what I said because I FOIA'd for the information. Why you went to court to try to deny the... Okay. Let's look at the behind the scenes.
That's real. So you phone bank too, huh? Yep.
Always. I always phone bank. I always talk to the residents and I always ask them, how you feel? What you got? Some people talk, some people don't. But I can't help you or get you to a better place on whatever side it is. But I always tell everybody, get the facts first. Get all the information. Then make a decision. You got people here playing these games with Lori and all that BS. So why? That's what the people got to do. They got to open their eyes and say, why? Why her? It's all about the bigger city. Other than that, why y'all attacking all of me? Cayman City got their problems. That was indicted.
Why? She want to know why they're not attacking all the other mayors, because nobody has said that these other mayors are misappropriating funds. Why are you worried about these other mayors? You need to be worried about you and these missing funds. I mean,
you got Riverdale Mayor indicted. You got all these people with all these problems, but y'all not talking about them. It's all focused on me. Why? Too big city.
Shapiro. Can you hear me? What were they saying when they was asked, saying they got a question? I already asked that. Okay. The basic shit. Okay. And that's, we ain't on yet. I want to screen some of this. I don't need nobody crazy. But,
that's what it is.
These were the longest commercials in the world.
Or paid actors. This is like theater at its best. I've never seen that in my life. All over a seat. If you think you can beat me, let's run. If I lose, I lose. I don't know how.
She thinks that this is over a seat. Ma'am, this is about you stealing money from the residents. I'm so confused about why you think this is about a seat. This is not about a seat. This is about you misappropriating funds and draining a village of its money. Wow.
No, I did it. Gave it a mom. I'm done. But for you to put all this scrutiny on me, watch I still landslide you. Now what you gonna say? You put all this mess in the air, and I gotta go and talk to people and say, no, that's not true. Well, here, let me show you the facts versus fiction. They told you this, here's the truth. But you gotta want to read something else. But if your mind made up, it's made up.
And that's what I mean by like recapturing folks. Like she's talking about like, you ain't never lied. I forgot about everything.
Oh yeah, I know. Because he's quiet, hide. That's my point. What I denied to her. They run. You don't see him. No.
Hey, just in case I don't make it home tonight. Okay, listen. This is the comment. Absolutely. Because Nationwide is on your side. Okay, because this interview was not it. This interview was not it.
I did. I just was asking Shapiro what was the content. Okay. I am. All right. No, you're fine. You're fine. All right. Yeah, she was thinking like me, because I ain't having no foolishness. But
thank you, Golfer. Golfer, have a good evening.
You know, like
that's what they do to me.
Like, why don't she quit? I already asked that. Like, it's kind of what my aunt would say. You gotta run on and see what the end gonna be, and I get that. Andrew Holmes. Okay.
Worldwide collaborations. I'm really live. Really. Oh.
So Bert volunteered himself. Yep. Okay. Yep. Okay. Good.
Yes, Carolina Mimi, people still listen to the AM station. They do. Anyone ever realize why she only does interview with low budget radio podcasts? Anytime she gets in front of national media, she clams up, and she do. The host is so close to answering all of the questions, and she do. Let's get to these call-ins. There were so many commercials that was insane.
And if I was to examine anything you did, is the accusation of you being Tiffany from the block, was that so repulsive? Because they liked it in 2013. Right? They liked it in 2017.
Correct.
But one thing that we know, because this is what I was going to walk us into, is some of the regrets, is that everybody don't like it the same way all the time.
Correct.
Let me see.
Your vision may be impaired after an
Are coming out the gate swinging, because you don't sit down with everybody.
I don't.
And I don't take that lightly, and neither does our CEO. So please understand that this was a collective decision from the boss of all bosses, Melody Span Cooper.
Now, she said it was a collective decision. This is why you all are getting the responses that you got to your emails. This is why.
Because she also agrees that we do need to hear what you have to say. And it ain't going to come from mainstream media. It's just not. And authentically, you're going to bring it just like you are now. rehearsed and uncoerced Tiffany, right?
That's right.
And, you know, some of the accusations, I done went down in the weeds of, you know, I'm not asking you the hardball questions. What other hardball question is why you won't quit, bro? Like, I mean, I came out the gate just asking, like, you know, out of all of this, why not walk away? Like, what other, you know, between the accusations. So I want us to understand, I created a formula. That's the nerd in me. I can't help it. I created a formula because this is what we want. When we dive into sensational.
This woman did all this talking and she did not even let Lil Stinkabooty talk.
Journalism.
I can't.
Their desire and need for protection and security, some of which children. Listening to the midday show.
I'm trying to see
I am
if we can get to the call-ins.
Live in the studio is the super mayor, Tiffany Henyard. So listen, guys, I'm gonna preface it as delicately as I can, but it's a reason why she doesn't sit down with anybody. So this exclusive is very personal, and we're gonna be respectful because she wants to take your questions, and we're gonna do this live. That's how you know she ain't running. And I'm gonna go through the phone lines, and I want to hear from you. But if you get a little crazy, I will go boop real quick. So listen, guys, let's talk to Rashonda. Rashonda, welcome to WVON.
How are you? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I just have a question because I hear that Tiffany is blaming the trustees, saying that the trustees is, stole the money or whatever. But if it's the trustees' fault, why are the FBI investigating her and her team and not the trustees? Also, she tries to, put Jason House down when Jason House have showed her nothing but respect and grace, even when she doesn't even deserve it. One more thing.
Just one question, Rashonda. Thank you. So answer that.
Now that was rude. She did not have to do that at all. That was crazy. The lady had already been talking. That was so rude. Boy, that made me cringe so bad.
So what people need to understand about the FBI, everybody's getting investigated. Everybody. So they can assume what they want, but everybody.
And when you say everybody, are you
now I have to tell you all something. You might not want to hear this, but Lil Stinkabooty has a point. When the FBI comes in, everyone will be investigated, interviewed, everyone. This is part of the reason why it's taking so long. But the people whose names was on them subpoenas, that's who they came for. And was your name on the subpoena, Lil Stinkabooty? I believe it was.
Referring to the current
Jason House name wasn't on there. Tammy Brown name wasn't on there. Kiana Belcher's name wasn't on there. Brittany Norwood name wasn't on there. Stan Brown or even Andrew Holmes' name wasn't on there. Chris Gonzalez, nor Carmen Carlisle, nor Darlene, or Jerry Jones. None of their names was on there.
Board or
yes.
All right, guys, she responded. And when it comes to House, I did want to respond because ultimately, there's some rules with the FCC. So eventually, at some point in time, the House and his crew can come, but the Superman's in the studio.
Do you see how disrespectful this is? At some point in time, Jason House and his crew can come, but right now we're talking to the no, and absolutely not. And that is absolutely probably why they accepted the interview of another interviewer or host on WVON, because that was disrespectful in the way that it was offered. So unprofessional. So unprofessional.
So it's not to allow any besmudging, but she is giving her opinion about it. So I just wanted to contextualize that, but hopefully you all received her answer. Let's talk to Kat. Kat, welcome to WVON.
Good morning and happy MLK Day, Cleopatra.
Oh, same to you. Isn't it a beautiful day?
And I am so glad for your newly appointed position. I praise God for that, and I thank God for you.
Thank you. I received that.
I don't think I have any questions for Tiffany. I just have comments. I have comments based upon my observation and what I see of Tiffany. I'm a 40-year resident of Dalton. And first of all, I do have a question for Tiffany first before I give my comments. Tiffany, what makes you think you can say to the residents, bitch better have my money?
Well, we're not going to curse on the air, Pat, so I want you to be mindful. So let's respond to that because, and the controversy of Superman, like I said, she's no angel, right? You okay with me saying that? You know angel.
No one is.
But in those statements, whether it's the one from the other day when somebody said something to you, you told them they were stupid. And it's not to laugh, but that's how you felt in that moment, I presume.
Now she's laughing at her calling people stupid. Childish. Very childish. And Ambassador Barnes, don't nobody want that because we get ready to have I need to have an intellectual conversation. I'm going to ask you them questions. Point blank, directly. I'm going to pull up everything that I need to have pulled up to show you my receipts on why I'm asking you these questions. Okay? Period.
And I meant that. I'm standing on that.
You're standing on that. I heard you say that too. Is what Pat referencing any validity to it?
No, it's all fake. And that's what I'm talking about. People got to go back and research the clip. We played a song, and of course it was Rihanna. And the news took it and ran with it. I didn't verbally say that. Why would I say that?
Oh, so Pat heard the song.
So you saying that you didn't verbally say that, but you did get on there and say Lil Dalton and who care about Dalton, and that's okay. Okay.
Correct. And then the news played and it said the mayor saying what she just said, and I never said any of that. They played the song because basically they weren't paying the vendors, and the vendors were saying, "Where my money at?" Okay. And we used the song to reference how they was feeling is what it.
Allegedly, they were not paying the vendors that you specifically chose that inflated their invoices, that had extra money in the invoices, allegedly for kickbacks. Okay.
And that's all it was.
And in that moment, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, there are some folks, like right now, I can say I'm your favorite millennial, right? And there are some folks, oh, no, don't put too much emphasis on that. You don't want them to challenge your intellect and remind you that you're young. But I am. And in that moment of leadership, would you had to play a different song had you knew it was going to catapult?
Yeah.
What is the answer?
Of course I would have. So of course we have our moments where we could have did something better or changed it or changed the value or the tone. Yeah, of course. But guess what? It's called growing pains. You're gonna go through it, but you're gonna grow through it. People can sit there and hold you hostage of what they perceive as a mistake or something you shouldn't have done. Everybody.
Tiffany, you are 41 years old. You are no longer growing. Please stop with the growing pains. What in the world? How is that?
Goes through mistakes or things that should have done differently. It's called growth.
And that's what I want to magnify, because when I ask you moments where you fell short of the glory, this is one of them, because it's stuck with a resident, a long-term resident, right? That shows, see, that's why we don't put young people in office, and see how, whether it's immature or this your response to us, that's appropriate, and they run with it, right? And then when you come back stronger, they never let that go. Is that what you're asking for? If you can ask for forgiveness of moments where you fell short. You know, for me, here's a growing pain for me and my observation of you, that I laughed for about 6 months until somebody finally told me, you know, that's inappropriate. You know that wasn't cool. And I said, well, why not? And I'm showing a moment of where I was immature too. And Nino Brown.
Yeah.
You know, when you came out with the dog.
Yeah.
And I mean, you had New Jack City to the T, and you sent the message.
So you're letting the people know that your integrity meter is off too. Okay. Y'all heard her. I didn't put words in her mouth. That's what she said.
And then when I think about it, I said, well, damn, you know, not maybe. That wasn't the venue. This is my observation. That wasn't the venue. That was a sticking point. That did hit a little different. And now, even though it is funny, it wasn't funny. It wasn't appropriate. What do you say to my critique?
To your critique, I think it was hilarious.
I agree.
I think that people took it the wrong way. Number one, I'm a fan of Martin. Everybody say Nino Brown, which you do research. It was mimicking that, but I mimicked Martin because I even did a spoof on my TikTok, I think, or one of them things, and I posted it up and I replayed Martin whole scene. And I do things like that to engage the youth, which it worked. Now, I did it before my board meeting. I didn't do it. I wasn't in session. We didn't call the roll. We didn't do none of that. I came in the building and I just did like a little skit.
So it wasn't formal. So
again,
if you
go watch it.
Moments of I have, but you're contextualizing it, which is why I think you do need opportunities to give in detail. In the mind of Tiffany Henyard, and I think I remember that episode. You talking about when it was on Neighborhood Watch, right?
Yeah.
Right. And he had the dog. But the point is, you're personable, right? You're innovative and you're creative.
So what we're doing here is making excuses for bad behavior. Period.
And is your timing off? Maybe.
I don't think it was. I just think the media took it and ran with it. If the media didn't take it, it wouldn't be as big as it is today. The media made it what it is. And I do say that's what they got. They got the national attention. And people tend to believe fake news, unfortunately. And they know they are buying clicks and views too. They got to sell news. So they cut it and chop it up like they did with the Rihanna song to make it look worse than what it is. And it wasn't that. I even did Forrest Gump. Why they ain't get no traction? I do all kinds of things, but I do it to engage community and also mainly the youth. And it actually works.
All right. So let's talk to James.
Go ahead.
James, welcome to WVON. James. We're going to put James back on hold. Let's talk to Nate. Nate, welcome to WVON.
Hey, how you doing? Happy Martin Luther King Day.
I know, right? Happy Martin Luther King Day.
Hey, so Tiffany stated that Frank didn't leave her a blue book, and she didn't know what to do. She didn't know, who to call on, but she ended up terminating everybody that knew exactly how the township operated in the appointed seat that she was appointed in. I just want to ask why she got rid of the blue book, the employees that knew how the township functioned in every department. Not every department.
Shoot. For you that didn't know, this was Nate Fields calling in, talking about why she fired 67 plus people when she took over the seat in Thornton Township. People that were close to retirement, that lost their retirement, people that were pregnant, all of the mental health workers, all of the people that knew how to run the township, she got rid of them. So this is what Nate is asking her. She never gonna answer though. She gonna say they fired themselves.
But administration, myself, after working there 14 years.
So you were an employee.
Absolutely.
And what was your role?
I was the media specialist. I managed our social media platforms. I did the video photography work. I managed our website.
Okay.
Yep. Pretty much all of that good stuff.
So we get into them personal tea leaves. Thank you so much, Nate. She's going to answer your question.
First of all, people terminate themselves. I didn't terminate anyone. If you're not doing your job, you don't have a job. It's just that way. People can get mad at the leader all they want. So that's what
So this is the question. 67 people weren't doing their job, little stinker booty. 67 people weren't doing their job. And the way they laughed at Nate was not funny. Or smirked at Nate wasn't funny. So you telling me 67 people weren't coming to work? They weren't doing the job that they was hired to do before you even got there? It's a lot of confusion. A lot of confusion
like a
there.
crescendo.
You and the family
to slay. And when I slay
culture.
mental health. I did a mental health tour throughout Thornton Township, and we used to jump from every school. We talked to the kids. I took D-Lo with me. He sang with them, and we got a lot of people that opened up and got help from Thornton Township. But they don't talk about that. They don't talk about that side of Tiffany, the caring side, the nurturing side, the mom side.
I think it's coming up, Consuelo.
The one that want to see kids do better, be better, and the ones that want to give the resources to make sure you got food on the table. Eggs, $8 now. Who can afford that? We got a whole food pantry. Why don't we have food today in the pantry? Because people playing politics with government. People not coming.
Hold on, because I think I skipped too far.
Get the GA going. But all these things I sued for. And I'm sorry for cussing on your show.
My homework. So let's.
I'm over my seat. Y'all need to bring her back over here.
Just as long as your predecessor.
Hold on.
Whatever verbiage we want to use, you ain't went away. So your desire and need for protection.
This is really
Discussion begins.
Right? And I'm quoting you for a decision. Because guess what? If it's good, better, and
for mayor. All of that happened in less than 10 years.
Better be better.
She fired
And the
all
ones
those
that
people.
want to give the resource.
She fired all
But
those
then
people.
Whatever verbiage we want to use, Tiffany, right?
That's right.
And, you know, some of the accusations, I done went down in the weeds of. And if I was to examine whatever verbiage we want to.
But what I do know is what's right. What I do know is how you clean up a deficit.
I know she lied right there.
You know, because you highlighting some facts now.
Mental health. I did a mental health. People tend to forget we're human.
Not people forget
And
they're
if
human.
I was to examine anything you did, is the accusation of you being Tiffany from the block, was that so repulsive?
But then that comes to a different venue. I'm gonna ask the same question I answered a month ago or 2 days ago. So I can't get caught in that because I still gotta focus
Let me
on
find
my
this. I want
vision
to find this Jennifer.
decision. Because guess what?
I want to find
begins
Jennifer calling
on
in.
Black then.
Hold on.
It's the trustee's fault. Why?
They never let that go. I heard you say that too. Is what Pat referencing any validity to it?
No, it's all fake. And that's what I'm talking about. People got to go back and research the clip. We played a song, and of course it.
But James back on hold. Let's talk to Nate.
Okay, this
All
was
call. Refrain from anything other than the King's English.
Okay.
And then let's be respectful and let's be swift. Whatever
They
your
never
question
answered
is,
Nate's
Superman
question.
is willing to answer it on the other side. We'll be back after this break.
You're listening to Cleopatra Draper.
My granddaughter put a.
This thing has so many commercials.
And what?
Hold on, y'all.
Hello?
Hey, you're on live.
Oh, okay. It's Loretta.
Oh, forgive me. Yes, ma'am.
The reason I'm calling is because I just went through something. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to make a big issue out of this because a lie can destroy your character. And not only that, it can put you in financial deficit. My granddaughter put an order of protection on me and his girlfriend, and I was not able to see my son. And what I'm hearing from the mayor is that a lot of things could be lies that are out here, and there's nothing to protect you. And what happens is that your character is destroyed. You have to get lawyers, and it costs you I don't know how much money for.
I don't care about what this lady's saying. I'm sorry.
And so on and so forth. You held accountable for that too, and that's where you draw the line, right? So to hear her impede upon her story of protecting her.
Goes on to say about wanting to be a role model to our young people. But I'm wanting to know her sleeping with a married man, is that a role model?
So is that your fact, or is that an allegation that you're spewing? Which is it, Justin?
It's a fact.
Thank you so much for that call. You don't have to respond to that if you don't want to.
Why shouldn't she respond to the fact that her boyfriend is still married? I don't understand that. You should respond.
So let's talk. Do you want to?
Oh, you want me to? Okay, this is where people get it twisted at, right? Everybody's so engulfed in my life that they don't even know what's going on. Just like anybody else, if they go through a divorce, that means they can't date nobody. So people need to stop with the mess. If somebody still attached somebody and somebody won't let them go, how you feel that person can't still live their life? So people need to stop using words of because somebody's married or whatever. I've been with Kamal for 4 years. 4 years we've been.
So y'all just heard her say that she's been in a relationship with this man for 4 years. His wife should absolutely take this to the judge and let the judge know that he was committing infidelity, and you just admitted that you been with a married man for 4 years. I'm not understanding why you would stay with a married man for 4 years. It don't take that long to get a divorce. If you still married after 4 years, you want to be, because it doesn't take that long to get a divorce. I've been divorced twice. That's how I can tell you that, because I've been divorced twice, and it took us probably about 30 days to get out of this marriage. It took about 30 days, which went over a span of 2 months, because they give you a court date and then you got to come back. But altogether, it's like 30 days.
He been going through a divorce for 4 years, and anybody that's fighting a divorce or going through things that you're fighting with your ex, y'all know what I'm talking about. So people need to stop worrying about my personal life and judge me on government. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here for you to talk about my personal life, because when we go home, when we talk to each other, guess what? It's me and him. It's nobody else's business. But yet everybody want to be in our business. I have a problem with that.
Do you think it's because you're a woman?
I do. Because if a man did it, y'all won't have a problem with it.
Y'all heard it here. Let's talk to Lena. Lena, welcome to WVON.
Hey, welcome. How y'all doing today?
We're good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I would like to say I am a Dalton resident. I'm a long-time Dalton resident. Miss Mayor, I am not a senior citizen, and I am not a youth. And I would like for you to, at some point, acknowledge those of us that are in between. We are people, too. And I heard her ask you, where's the turnaround for you? What do you think you fall short at, and how are you willing to fix things going forward? And I don't think you answered that. Now I'm going to ask you a question. I was one of those people that got denied for this homeowners grant that you said everybody qualified for, to get new windows, they driveways fixed, and things of that nature. And then a day later, it turned around to be a senior veteran thing only. Miss Tiffany, if you allowed to move forward, how you going to include us in the middle that's just like you, that's 40 years old too? What you going to do?
One thing about Elena, that is a superb question. Thank you so much for that call, because it's real. Let's answer, Superman.
So basically, with the grant, we made it for seniors and veterans first, because they are on fixed incomes and they the ones who are struggling. I'm not saying the most, but really the most, because they don't have money to fix something major,
They don't
like
have other disposable income.
Correct. So that's what it was for. Now, the second grant that I pushed out, and of course the board controls the purse and stopped it, is to fix driveways, security doors, things of that nature. And that was for anybody. So when she say denied, no one denied anybody like that.
It hasn't moved forward.
It has not.
And when let me magnify what the super mayor is saying. When she said control the purse, that's a political verbiage. She's talking about maintaining the fiscal budget and act.
I think that we all understand what controlling a purse means, and you took it from the layman's terms back to the actual legislative term, which is controlling the fiscal budget. What Child.
Access to it, right? So, Lena, in other words, don't sit tight. Hold her accountable. And I'm saying this, well, she looking me dead in my eyes with these big eyes of hers, because she's right. We are sandwiched in between, right? And often, Lena, I feel you, like most things is for the elderly and then the youth, and then the rest of us, we just own our own. It's not just a Dalton thing, and I'm not defending or negating, but to hold her accountable is to come up with something creative and innovative to capture the in-between. Are you willing to do that, Superman?
Of course I am, because think about it. I am a trendsetter. So everything I have produced, every town has mimicked. So if I wasn't doing something right, why are you mimicking my formula? So other people don't make them first, but I did in my community. Then when the board saw I was getting so much traction on helping everybody, they start to destroy. And that's
what she's referring to is name ID, guys. So in other words, you can try, you can duplicate it, but you can't run that.
That's
Okay.
right.
So listen, do you have time to stay with us through the rest of these calls? Because they're going to get big mad at me if you leave and you got like 4 more people. You got a few?
I can do one more.
Okay.
You said 10:30.
So,
we see 11,
yeah. So when we come back, I got to take a break. Jennifer.
She said she was going to take Jennifer when she come back. So this should be the last question, which was crazy because
Chicago's essential.
she didn't even get to answer the question.
And help you in
joy
Okay.
in your career. Correct. And, you know, with the calls that we've taken.
Hold on.
Slow moving inbound. Midday show. I'm
down. Landslide.
Now, see, that confidence is some contagion, right? Now, if she falls short, then she going to eat crow. You know, it's only one way to do this. Either you win or you lose. Ain't no in between. And I know you know that in your tenure in your career.
Correct.
And, you know, with the calls that we've taken thus far, I definitely see LaDonna Ray on the live line. So let's talk to LaDonna. Welcome to WVON.
LaDonna works at the...
Yes, good morning. And good morning, Cleopatra Draper. Congratulations, of course, Mayor Tiffany Henyard. I want to say that with respect, okay? Mayor Tiffany Henyard. I'm in your township, and I see your passion. I see your passion for our community. It's undeniable. It could use a little bit of polishing. I think that people take it the wrong way, as you can see. But who has offered to assist you? Everyone's ready to crucify, but like, who has offered to come out and help you? Like, I'm offering to come out.
She said, who has offered to come out and help you? Guess what? We can name the people that have offered to come out and help you. Unlike you, little stank booty. Dr. Nikita, Sherry Britton, Maki San, Valeria Stubb. Well, not Valerie, because she didn't want you to run anyway. But Thelma Price, Mary Avant. All of these people were behind you. Kiana Belcher even admitted today that she was on your ticket and they offered to help you. We can name names. You know, that's one thing that you can't do. We can name names. So this is what I was saying to you, LaDonna. If you're listening to this, if you can hear me or if you come by this video, lots of people have offered to help Lil Stanka Booty. And she hasn't listened to them. Okay? We can actually name names of the people who came out to help her. We can actually do that.
And help you in any way you need, because there's so much good that can come from you being the mayor and the superintendent versus not being in that seat. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy to lend you whatever you need. And I think that everyone is waiting for the crucifixions of the questions and bring out the dirt. And it's so unfortunate because divided we fall and united we stand. We totally need someone with your passion. That can't be taught. With your heart, that can't be given.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. So that is true, right? Her energy is unmatched. You drank coffee today?
No.
So this is real.
Yeah.
I don't drink coffee, so this is real. And it's a natural fit. Now, how do you synergize and channel that for those that care about Dalton, as opposed to throw away the baby with the bathwater, right? So you got some infighting going on. That's noted. but yet and still you ain't backing down.
Correct.
Right. And at the end of the day, it's up to the people to say yay or nay. And when folks did say nay to the recall, what did you say then?
I thanked them. I went door to door. I spoke to everybody, and I appreciate them for allowing me to continue what they started. They elected me. There's no way I should have been in a recall. I just got in office, and every single judge told them that. But yet they went to every level, circuit court, appellate court, Supreme Court. Every one of them told them, no, we're not recalling Tiffany Henyard. And I did not get recalled. So I was.
Now, there is the lie. You did get recalled. They went to every court. You are correct. They all went all the way to the Supreme Court, where Judge Joy Cummings told them to give you a chance. The recall was accepted and counted, but she held the recall and said for them to give you a chance. So it actually was Judge Joy Cummings' fault that you are still sitting in the seat, because the recall was counted and it was accepted.
Able to keep my seat, because remember, we just got in office not 2 weeks in. My board was already bought before I even got settled. I didn't know what a light switches was or what nothing was in Village Hall to start the infighting. It was ridiculous. So after that, then they removed me off a bank account, which was illegal, unconstitutional. I had to.
She said it was illegal, unconstitutional to remove her off the bank accounts when she signed a check for $500,000.
And the reason, I guess, I want all of the citizens to know why we're so adamant about this budget and what's going on. May 12, 2021, a resolution was passed. The following persons are hereby authorized to be added as signatories for all city accounts: Mayor Tiffany Henyard, Village Clerk Allison Key. Any prior signatories or individuals authorized and hereby removed from the accounts, prior authorization is revoked. Number of signatures required are a combination of both signatures. At the approval of payment by the village board, each check shall be signed by the mayor and the clerk. We have a $500,000 check signed by Mayor Tiffany Henyard. Y'all wonder why we worried about the money? This is why we worried about the money. $561,000 check with one signature on there. It's a problem. That means that money is being spent, and after we don't find out till after the check's been cashed. That's why we up here complaining about it. So
yeah. So that's why you was taken off the bank account. That's why, yeah, because you broke the ordinance, and that's what you did. Straight, I will be doing part 2 of the electoral board hearing. Let's say Saturday night, late Saturday. Gonna try to do it Saturday. I have my first part. I was waiting for the second part to be done today. I'm so glad that Miss Wvon was at the meeting. Yeah. So she left all that though.
Fight that for about a year in court. They put Jason and Allison, they walked into a bank branch, put Jason on a bank account, and removed the mayor of the town off the bank. Where's millions of dollars? That's why I said people don't know half the story. They just know what the news feed them. But you need to go chase the facts. And in doing so, guess what? I went on the account for a whole year. So again, you keep saying Tiffany over this, Tiffany over that. That's not true. I don't deal with money. I don't move money. None of that's true. But this is the false information that's out there.
She says she don't move money. She don't handle money. But you just saw the check that she signed and wrote for over $500,000. Make it make sense. I'm not understanding the words coming out of her mouth, as Chris Tucker can say.
And that leads me to this with Lori. She came and did a report. My board hired her and wanted to pay her.
She's talking about, y'all, listen, she's talking about the former mayor of the city of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot.
That y'all fired, right? Y'all said, get out of here. And y'all said y'all want Brandon Johnson, right? Okay, so why is she in my town? Why is she in Little Dalton, that's 23,000 residents, fighting with me over?
Why does she keep disrespecting Dalton by saying Little Dalton? It can't be little if you came there and wreaked all this havoc. I'm just not understanding that. I don't like this.
Whatever they think it is, right? The board hired her $400 an hour. That's what, $100 every 15 minutes to pay her and her staff, not just her and her staff, to come and do an investigation, right? If you got the feds there and all these people there, they trump everybody. So why are we paying money that y'all claim we don't have, number one, right? And then y'all bought her here for this political theater that you see going on, and then she give y'all a report. She give you a report with no substance, no information. She didn't itemize it. She didn't tell you what.
She gave you a report with no substance. She told us that there's a $6 million deficit. I think that's a lot of substance.
It is, but she wanted you to believe that I was the one spending or doing things. I'll give you prime example. Amazon bill, they said they spent $40,000, right? Mm-hmm. And they alluded to it's the mayor, it's Tiffany. Tiffany don't do nothing
in one day.
In one day, I don't do shit with credit cards. Nothing with credit cards. Nothing with money at all. It just bothers me because it's just the lies they tell, and I start getting attacked, right? Off a lie. And like the lady said before, she's right.
She just said she doesn't do anything with money. Again, she signed for the Tahoes and she signed this check. Child.
You get attacked and got to fight the lie, and you start to tell them, I didn't do it. It's not me.
So what do you say to the trolls? Because, I was going to wait and see if you brought it up, but even down to your wardrobe, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is what kills me.
Mm-hmm.
So it was one picture where folks found an outfit that they found on Amazon and alluded that because of the 40,000 in one day,
ridiculous,
you went shopping.
So this woman not going to do her research on the facts about Lil Stinkabooty, but she is going to look up all of the petty things that are taking place. So she looked up that she saw the post where somebody did the comparison of the Amazon outfit. So you researched that, but you didn't research anything else. Okay.
Ridiculous.
And you saying that you didn't have access to the credit card?
I don't. It tells you, like everybody got Amazon accounts, right? It tells you who bought the item, when they bought the item, what the item is. Why didn't she tell y'all that? But I'm gonna tell you on this show today. On the show today, when I did my research, when I saw that fake report went out, that's why I don't trust nothing they say or people they bring in, because it's all geared to make one person look bad, to try to make them look good and cover up what they've been doing. And that's what I'm going to expose. On that one day, you know what they bought? Ice. For the rink, ice. That's what it was.
If you go check how much ice costs, it would not be $40,000. And even if it was, it would need to be board approved. And there was no such ice item on the agenda.
I made Janice and Mike Smith, when I was trying to appoint him as my assistant and my VA and all that, I had them go do the research for me and tell me what those items were. And they came back, and that's what it said, ice. And the ice is for the rink, where you put the little pieces down and have ice so they can ice skate. Mm-hmm. That's what it was for. But yet they alluded to, I went shopping, I bought this, I did that. Not true. All fake.
So it was one purchase.
It was
this ice skating rink, was it in the town?
It's for dogs. It's dogs. Okay. But they bought ice. That's what it was. That was the money.
Kenneth Dawkins, thank you. Lori Lightfoot said that the village does not have an Amazon account, so how would she get the name? She couldn't get the name because the Amazon account is not linked to the village or the township.
I ain't read that nowhere, so you got that here.
Yeah, so I wanted to give you that little piece of information because I'm doing my report too. So when I put my facts out in my report of my own, because I'm going to get facts. They just give you a fake story just to make you look over here, but you should really be looking over here. It's just a distraction to make a person do something.
Jennifer, let's take your call real quick. Welcome to WVON.
Good morning. Good morning, Cleopatra, and happy MLK Day. I was listening to Tiffany when she said that the people fired themselves. My question to Tiffany is, why would she fire a sexual assault victim that was sexually assaulted, allegedly, by one of her trustees in Dalton? He is yet working, but she fired the victim. My question to her is, why would she fire a victim and keep a predator on the payroll?
Now, Jennifer, before I let you go, I do want to, for those that are listening, I want to magnify alleged because he has not been found guilty, correct?
I said
No,
allegedly.
I know that, but when you said a sexual predator, you're still putting him as though he is, and he has not been found guilty yet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, because I want to be mindful as a mother of 2 Black boys. When we talk about this Black man and this Black woman, and
Tracy Farrington, I definitely understand that, but I do these breakdowns so that people that don't live here and are watching get the correct information and are not out there spreading incorrect information or even believing little stink booty. And yes, these breakdowns are painful because this is the second time I'm having, or the third time, or the fourth time I'm having to listen to this just to be able to make sure I can gather all the facts for y'all. So listen, I'm suffering right along with you. We almost done though.
the word allegation, until he's found guilty, I won't allow us to call him a sexual predator until I see the results of the finding of the jury of his peers. And I think that's only fair. So I thank you for your call, and she's going to respond, but I needed to contextualize that.
She's needing to contextualize something that didn't need to be contextualized, because Miss Roberts said allegedly, and that's all she would have needed to preface it with was allegedly, and that's what she did. But yeah, knock yourself out.
So you should ask her, why is her husband stalking me? Why I'm in court with her husband?
Why you didn't answer the question? Because the question wasn't about her husband. The question was about Andrew Holmes.
Stalking me at Hooters. Come in the window, to the window.
Who can stalk you at a public restaurant? You at a public restaurant asking why somebody's stalking you. Because how would he know you was going to be at Hooters? You put Hooters on the website telling people that's where you go for lunch every day? You put it on your Facebook page and you told people you was at Hooters eating lunch? Is that how he found you? Make that make sense.
Tom stuff. Like, this what I'm dealing with. You got all them haters on there. That's all haters. I can tell you every last one of them. That's why I say, so when I talk, I do want to talk
to is, right, let me break it down. Superman can see the names, right? And she's correlating some of the experiences. And I want you to answer, because we talked about this real briefly before we go to break. Andrew Holmes was in play before you got there, correct?
He was already a trustee.
That's what I mean.
He came in with Riley Rob.
Now, what does Andrew Holmes already being in his seat have to do with reprimanding him for some misconduct? Are we? Yeah, you don't hold yourself accountable for your poor behavior, so I can understand. I can understand.
As a trustee,
Riley Rogers was the mayor when you were installed as a trustee.
Mm-hmm.
So he was already there.
Okay, y'all, I'm done with that. I want to show y'all this behind the scenes, because I'm going to show you who comes in at the end of this interview right here. I don't know if you all caught this, but I'm going to show you who comes in at the end of this interview and what she says. There she go, right there. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on.
Are you getting it? And even when people are listening, I don't think they understand.
To see. And you know, I'm gonna produce that throughout Dawson, and I know the world's watching, so thank you so much. But I'm going to produce it that way you can mimic it in your city, near you. Okay.
Girl, ain't nobody mimicking nothing. Sorry.
But why y'all just targeting me?
Somebody comes into this room and I don't think you all realize who it was, so I'm trying to put it on there correctly, and that's the last thing I'm doing, and I'm getting out of here. There you go, right there. Did y'all see who came into the room? I'm getting ready to show you.
You just a continuum. Did you see what I checked?
Okay, so somebody's getting ready to enter the room. Hold on. I gotta find it back again. There they go, right there.
Nothing didn't happen. I'm not saying any of that, but whatever it is, that's what you have reporting your peers for, right? So I think you're doing a great job. Even with that, yes, it should.
Where is that person's back? Hold on. There they go. This right here, y'all see this person talking with her back to us? That is Melody Span Cooper. She was actually in the building. That's her in the room.
So at the end of the day, that's the sensational journalism that everybody's aspiring to, right? And at the end of the day, your decision as a leader to dismiss her for whatever probable cause you had, those are two different situations. They're not among them. You need to be okay, darling. I'll be over there.
She hugs Tiffany. She tells them at the end of the day, she hasn't been convicted or arrested or any of those things. And they call what the reporters are actually doing sensational journalism.
You're gonna go back to help.
I could not even believe what I was hearing. Right here.
So that's a whole nother thing, right?
Hold on. I'm trying to get it at the right moment for you guys. Do I have an album? No, but I can make a playlist and I can sing some stuff for y'all. I'll try to figure that out for you. All right. This is the last thing. This is Melody coming into the room.
Because again, I think you continue to answer because that's the hardest question. That's one of the hardest questions people have, right? Besides the Amazon, the this, the that. That's all y'all got. Now let's talk about the budget, the this, the that.
So they knew everything. They knew everything and still decided to spend this. Y'all see it.
Hasn't been charged. Clearly, it's been a long morning, but yet it's still, as a mother of two black boys, unless he's found guilty, let's keep that contextualized. It's not to say nothing didn't happen. I'm not saying any of that, but whatever it is, that's what you have reporting your peers for, right? So I think you're doing a great job. Even with that, yes, it should rattle your cage. You know, that you have to subscribe to that, right? But eventually the noise will clear. I promise you. Because if you keep doing the work,
that's it. I just want people to judge by my word. I don't all the hearsay or this person.
She said judge her on her work. What work, Lil Stank? Name the works you've done.
Be on my work. Did I take care of the
Where is this lady back? There she go. Right there. I want to get it at the right moment. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, you got all haters on that's what I said. We doing
so yeah,
but it's all haters.
But it's but let me say it like this. I think that's good for you.
The haters?
No.
I do not entertain them.
Let me finish what I'm saying. When I say I think that's good for you, I don't think that she's against. But she okay.
There she is, right there.
You have to say, you know, has he been found guilty? I'm not.
She says, has she been found guilty? She says no.
None of that stuff. Right. We talked about
right.
all that.
I don't think he's
even been charged. He hasn't. Yeah. So it's
Miss Cooper says she hasn't even been charged, so this is not a conversation.
So that's a whole other thing, right? So at the end of the day, that's the sensational journalism that everybody's aspiring to, right? And at the end of the day, your decision as a leader to dismiss her.
That's amazing. No accountability. So you can see all of these things that have been told, and then you're going to say she hasn't been charged. Wow. Amazing. And this is why this behavior is continuing. But anywho, that's the super producer's breakdown of this situation. the super producer's breakdown of this situation. And as far as I'm concerned, this case is closed. You guys did a great job investigating. Yeah, she owns the station, just in case. She owns the station. But I'm just showing you what was on camera, what was recorded. That's what was said. I didn't put any words in anybody's mouth. That's what I saw. I just showed you what I saw. These are my thoughts. Thank you guys for staying up with me. I'm telling you, this was a great investigation. You guys did great. I appreciate you for doing that. I know it's hard for you as well. Thank you for keeping us informed with facts and showing us the receipts. Kamal entered the room. Yep. Yep. You're welcome. Listen, thank you guys so much for staying up with me. I'm sorry that was so long, but I hope that it helps you start putting more things into proper perspective and make sure that you have the correct information and the proper receipts. Listen, super producer wishes nothing but blessings for your life. Okay? I want to save you, ooh, but I'm not God. I really wanted to kill you, but I realized that's not my job. I want to save you, yeah, but I'm not God. All right? Check y'all out tomorrow. Do what you need to do.